Chat, today is a day of double mourning. One is that my window spider is finally gone. The fellow was getting so big. So I knew it had to happen eventually. But woke up this morning, went to close my window for the stream, and it turned out he had packed up and left. My one window spider. Well, I have two now. Well, I had two. Now it's just back to one. Where's the game? There it is. And completely forgot. We're at what? How many deaths now for our crew? 25 dead. I know I said pushing 40 last time, but that was total crew. 25. There. Also, turns out that Great Ace Attorney is not coming out on the 9th. I thought it was. Either I was mistaken or they must have changed it, but I'm pretty sure I saw it as the 9th of July. I'm pretty sure I read on the Steam page. Now the Steam page just says July 2021. While the official website's the 27th. So here I was, going this whole time. Oh, I can't start anything big because Great Ace Attorney is coming out on Friday. It's not. I was wrong. So we actually have the whole month to get things done. Gwyn? Feeling a slight bit stuffy today. Not just me being sniffly, weeping for the window spider. But yes. Down one window spider. My big window spider is now gone. Great Ace Attorney actually not coming out this week like I thought. So I guess I could pursue other things for the time being. What am I doing here? What am I doing? We have a settler that wants to go to Titania. The Truth. Return Spatchcocker Meg to New Winchester, then pick up the Bedoubled Didact for the politics of heaven. Did I actually eat my spider? Because my ears are feeling quite stuffy today. Navigator also wants to go to Blue Kingdom. Empyrean wants Ackley's. Corruptus Hoarder wants a lot of bronzewood, probably won't get him done. Phlegmatic Researcher. Munitions. A crate to the Phlegmatic Researcher. We could maybe. Palmier in Plenty with the Magician's Suitcase. Lord Langley probably won't get done. Half-Glass wants to go to Carillon. And that's it. That's it. I guess I finished on with the officers, haven't I? Haven't started. Done. Wants way too much bronzewood. Done. 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 Just catching up, because it's been a week now. 2 levels left. Great. I feel like I had to go to the Will of the Wolf, but I can't remember why I would have. Or is it the Clockwork Sun? I'd been to the Will of the Wolf, right? Already? If anybody else wanted Blood of the Wolf, it would be in my journal, wouldn't it? Because you want Blue Kingdom. Pan, exports. Yeah, nothing else to do here then. I'm done. Alright. Inventory. I picked up the patented divider, but I can't use it yet in Mirror 65. I've also got a cool 6,500 sovereigns. Oh, that's right. What about any... No prospects? Gemstones for the mausoleum. ×1. Are there anything for sale here? Are there anything for sale? There are not. Alright, back to London then. Gonna be a cool, chill, sunless skies kind of day. After the adventure of finishing off Battle Realms. Battle Realms got me way grumpy. I said a lot of unfair things about it, but I still maintain that the best thing for it, to really make it shine, would be if there's actual information in-game about your units. I think maybe they expect you to just know. Like what your units are supposed to do. That the chemist, for instance, is good for buildings, and so is the powder keg cannoneers, and so on. That these things work great on these troops, but not on others, or not at all. Maybe they want experimentation, but how are you supposed to experiment? Because in the heat of battle, when everyone's getting killed by everyone, you can't really peg, oh, this is being done because of that, it's too chaotic. Why does laptop say desktop no longer available? This is still up, right? Okay, so a 14-minute timestamp, so... With Streamlabs acting weird earlier, I'm a little bit paranoid. Discontent? Loot the corpse? No. Recover the body, transport it for burial? Maybe. Sure. Just nightmares. Nightmares 2 isn't so bad. Oh, I'm not using the saying stuff. But when I get to the Blue Kingdom, I'm gonna have to buy myself the Watchers in Azure. I'm pretty sure that I have enough mirrors by now to use it. I think it's mirrors. Anything on shields? Nothing on shields. The perfect spot for it. That feels very loud in my ears. Consequence, maybe, of having had shifted the volume up, down, sideways, and backwards for Battle Realms. Because Battle Realms is way loud. Louder than this, even. Speaking of Battle Realms, Queenie? No dreadnoughts. Very empty skies tonight. Nothing else here, right? The middleman. Visit the Midnight Rose of Titania to begin smuggling. Speciometer, haven't already.
Feel the dragon's power.
I do have one cast in Abertine Gemstones for the Mausoleum, right? Mausoleum? Let's do it. What am I carrying? Library system is armor and hold. Canning system, boring. Put this away for now. Cannery is a bit less important than a saying. Then let me get Spittle Fields. That'll do. And on this map, the Mausoleum should be to the east, right? Most Serene Mausoleum. Then clean shot over to Brabazon, and back out. Cause folks, I can't delay it any longer. The only thing left to do is to take the Didact over to the Blue Kingdom, but it's such an involved process. Alright, they shoot on sight now. London hates me. Direct hit? Ayy. A well-aimed shot penetrates my plating. That's no good. That's the only sign that you have that you've got a direct critical hit, and then it fades away. The only cure for that is to repair your hull properly in port. Or else this happens. Engine damage, lose fuel, shut the engine down for repairs, leave it be, and suffer fuel efficiency until I get repaired at a central port. Well, luckily, port's right here. That's where the critical damage was. Luckily, that's on London for attacking innocent pirates downtown on the high street. Steam and Sapphire, get some repairs. Repair the fault in my engine. Oh, do they change that? It used to be all you had to do is repair. What's it cost? 100 sovereigns? What if I just restored a pristine condition? That doesn't fix the fault. Oh wow. They actually added a tiny bit of a challenge. Bank. Did they ever add like a visual indicator that you got critical damage though? Like a mark when you open hull. Because used to be, if you got critical hits, you never knew. If you miss that white text in the sky that appears and fades away, then you weren't going to know. 26 and 17. Until you found out the hard way. Hard way being, hey, by the way, here is an explosive shell lodged into your hull. Do you want to go rip it out or send some engineers to do it? Full steam is the best time to grab a drink. Big dreadnought. Come on over. It knows I'm here, that eyeball's getting- there you are. Getting yourself stuck in, how nice of him. Up to 3 fuel, or find treasures. Give me the loot. More Navartine gemstones. You know, the flavor text on that says that maybe it's an offering to the Blue Kingdom. But you never see glorious dreadnoughts in the Blue Kingdom, delivering gemstones or otherwise. Which I guess is fine, there's enough monsters in there. Knave. Books. Plus 100 sovereign bonus. And favor with the deathless. Memorabilia. What I want to do. Anything I want to do in the Knave. I could actually opt to inter members of my crew. And I kind of want to. But it costs so much. I've already lost... How many crew have I lost? Where's my crew manifest? I've lost 25 crew. It'll cost 2,500 to inter everybody. Anything else to do while I'm here? Leave Aunt behind? Approach Deathless? Get a bit more favor. Not that I'm going to use them. Okay, let's go to Brabazon then. don't think I have to do anything in Port Prosper itself. I've already got the settler. That's going out to Titania. So at most, I'll have to stop by Magdalene's, maybe drop my nightmares by 1. I've already gotten rid of the engineer's cats, so there's nothing in Magdalene's for me. Bum, 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 bum. So guess how I'll do it is Port Prosper, then Magdalene's, New Winchester, Savage Panes of Glass, 69% chance recovery, cost food. Just take leave. Dropped out for nothing. Which probably at least won't be too bad if I do end up with some enemies around here. Usually dreadnoughts. But more so run Little Nice. While the rest of the work world is kind of empty. Not many able to escape by sky, you see. Oh, that doesn't go through. And that's a wall. I guess I can go around. Hey, more say. Ooh, what's to say? Rest to recover. For some. Terror reduction. Alright, present myself through. Should have plenty of documents on me from killing all those dreadnoughts and turning them into Sweet Jane. Achoo! What am I using? Got the conductor on me, really? It must be hearts. I've only got 2 more chances to raise hearts by facet. Bing bong bing bong bing. Literature, don't need. Settler, got 1. Nectar, plenty off the bees. Port report have already. Sneak tea cakes for the portières. Or tea with the ladies who brunch. Tea cake, surely. Oh, that just gives crockery. Make it 7. Since 7 becomes 6 anyways. And Magdalene's. Where's Magdalene's? Beyond the fallows. Lipkin Field, and then east. Not going to full steam yet, because usually Usually, there's a Dreadnought or monitor around here that I can make use of. No one? There's nobody here. Not a single Dreadnought to fight, no monitors, so I completely destroyed them from the Reach? I mean, I guess we're ready for the Takades, but I kinda want to loot. Maybe they're hiding. They realize this is my domain. A humble homestead whose owners, despite their ragged sleeves, insists on inviting you in. That is a cannibal. Eat your fill, no. Leave, swiftly. Though they weren't forceful about inviting me. If they're cannibals, when you say no, they're usually very insistent to the point that it kind of raises terrors a little bit when you leave. So maybe that one wasn't going to feed me. Delicious friends. Ah well, better safe than sorry. And stopping by New Winchester is going to boost out my terror drop anyway. So didn't need to dine with them. Maggie's? There's Maggie's. Bum bum bum. Okay, what else do we have? Treat my nightmares. My mother or her renewed majesty. We just spoke with the renewed majesty. I need 0, because the first one's free, and the price goes up by 1 each time. You have been invited to a garden party at the palace. You are escorted to the lawn by a senior footman, where you are introduced to a social climbing duchess and a disgraceful viscount. You exchange witticisms together while a footman refills your glass. The peal of a single trumpet interrupts your conversation. You and the other guests are shepherded into a line as her enduring majesty passes by. She favors you with a wintry gaze before proceeding to more important guests of the marquee. Dropping nightmares to merely disquieting. Nectar for sale, but nectar's easy to get now. Food and fuel. This is plenty to make my way back to New Winchester. What do you think, folks? We gonna get the Marauder Mangonel? We gonna reclaim it? No. Just gossip. Northwest and bear right. It was mentioned last week. It was asked, is this really any faster? Doesn't look too fast. Yes, it is pretty fast. Partial success. Loss of fuel on a partial success, on 100% chance success. 100% chance success means you win. But that's a failure. We lost out of that. 3 years playing this game, and I'll always complain about partial successes on 100%. I suppose maybe full steam doesn't look as fast with this engine, because this engine's already at 125% speed, just operating normally. And full steam mode is 150%, so it's only 25% on top of the usual operations. But if you compare it to the engine you start off with, it's incredibly quicker. Like, literally drops trips that take minutes down to seconds. Trips that would take 15 minutes or half an hour to a minute or two at most. Alright, Spatchcocker Meg, goodbye. She has been even surlier than usual during the return journey. Last night she knocked tentatively at your cabin door. She sat at her desk, fiddling with her pouch of tobacco. Look, I hunt monsters, but I can't hunt the living fire that crawls out of my thoughts. And I don't know about you, but I've done stuff I can't afford to avert on the outside of me. She fell silent for a time. Here's what I can do, though. I could find our girl before the fire that follows does. I'm going to track her down. If I catch a whiff, I'll get a message to you. She shook her hand. Good flying with you. Meg's departed. Is that new? Is that a new symbol for her spatchcockery? Is that the cannery, but up in the corner, so it's kind of cut off? Is it? I think it is. It's a cannery symbol, but with more of the handle in view and less of the metal cannery part. I don't remember that. That must be new. Or I've just not been observant. Defending the Titanian House of Cavi. 5 carefully packed crates of munitions. And then 9 guns for the Lustrum mine. I've only got 7 munitions. I can't bring them for everybody. I'll keep it in case we get more. 22 supplies. Let's buy a little bit more. Wait, hold on. Let me turn these in to make some money. Oh, the circus! Circus could wait. Because the circus stuff is to find out what happened to the people in Hybris. We gotta bring the magician back. Or bring stuff to the magician. Then go back to Hybris, what we learned. Then finish off the quest and come back to New Winchester to drop out the predicting factor. So that could wait. Port reports delivered. Get more savage secrets. Then back to the Kingdom of Blue. You see, why I've been avoiding doing the Didact part. I forgot to pick up the Didact. Been avoiding doing the Didact part, not just because it takes place in the Blue Kingdom, and Blue Kingdom needs, at the very minimum, a good engine and an upgraded weapon. But it requires going into the Forge of Souls and talking to the Lamentation of Mist directly. And that is a process. You gotta become Ephemera. And to Deceased is a minimum status for yes, I am a living being, I am not invisible, stop attacking me. Ephemera legally declares you dead. But you have to be yoked as a servant to the Blue Kingdom to even speak to the Lament. Do you have to be? Because you could ask to be yoked at the lamentation. But I don't recall if you need to be yoked. But either way, it's a process. Further the Didact's research into the politics of the sun. As we know, the suns, or more properly judgments, are the regents and legislature of heaven. They establish the natural laws that govern existence. With the assistance of our friend and the Royal Society's admirable telescope, I have been able to formulate some initial observations. Firstly, that the stars demonstrate social groupings. These have been classified into constellations and conjunctions. Constellations are small and local, comparable perhaps to kin groups or clans, a sun's extended family, if you will. Conjunctions are rather grander. There are only a handful of them, perhaps 3 or 4. It's possible they are confederacies or nations. To say more, I require more data, observations on and relics of the heavens. Bring 2 otherworldly artifacts and 2 visions of heaven. Got 'em. Pushing stacks of work off the desk, he turns immediately to your materials. You leave him to it. A week later. Time doesn't pass. He calls you back to discuss his findings. He serves you black sweet tea, the cup and saucer rattling into shaking hands. All study of the suns is difficult. The judgments are vast, ancient, beings of incomprehensible complexity. Any investigation is also an act of translation, rendering their concerns and structures into analogies we can comprehend. Nevertheless, I believe I can better understand the conjunctions that divide them now. Imagine vast nations, but founded upon philosophy, not geography. There are 3 primary offer conjunctions to help or be patient. Be patient and sip your tea. Conjunctions. The chrysanthemum conjunctions are concerned with inception, the beginnings and the newness. The counterparts, the amaranthine conjunction, believe in culmination and bringing things to completion. And the Nepenthe conjunction advocates separation, distinction, isolation, the raising of barriers and the drawing of borders. He frowns. They do not get on. Agree to transport the Didact on a research trip. I must consult a primary source, the Scroll of Ash. I believe it will shed light on the friction between the conjunctions. There is a library in the Blue Kingdom at the Forge of Souls. Is this public knowledge? I get that he's kind of an academic, but how's he know that? About the libraries of the Blue Kingdom and what they have. He begins to pack his things, mostly books and a jangling collection of amulets and talismans he retrieves from his shelves. I am unsure exactly what the Roll of Ash is or contains. I know that it is the work of the Courtesy, a topic which our masked friend is looking into, and that we have solved. Some of our strands are beginning to tie together. Currently, the roll is of the keeping of someone called the Lamentation of Mists. He boards your engine, gingerly. I have curtailed my travel lately, he says, peering suspiciously at the stars. Increasingly, I believe some things are best left uncovered. Now we can go to the Blue Kingdom, after stopping by New Winchester, having chased him all around the heavens. Oh, has he got no more stories? Do we finish him already? I guess he must have. Well, he's in New Winchester now then, so he's always going to be here. Chase him around the sky, paying a penny, to learn a little bit more about the curators and their relationship with the high heavens. Some lore on the devils, and so on, so on. Then he stays a while, to trade. Till his supply is exhausted. And it never exhausts. But yeah, in light of the release date for Great Ace Attorney being shifted a couple weeks, I I think I'm going to do something that I've really been wanting to do. And all I've been missing is a suitable text hooker to extract the text and translate it to English. But that's a nicety. I don't really need that. First class. Didn't even ask to inspect my cargo. But there are spiritvers and grave robbers, so maybe there's no opportunity for smuggling stuff into the Blue Kingdom, but could be opportunities to smuggle things out. Fail better. Hire me up for ideas to leave on the cutting room floor. Job title, exasperating gardener's thinky face. The attache's search for the lost love. I'll just get the Testament of the Salt. That's all I care for. Not actually gonna bother fulfilling that obligation. Marketplace of Litigators. Hearts and Veils, Mirrors and Hearts. Hearts and Veils. I think I will take the Cal Loquator. Irons and Mirrors, because Veils is kind of my dump stat. And do need Veils for a few things. He wants a book. Litigators and resident devils have set up their stalls among the crowds heading into the Blue Kingdom. Don't go alone. Hire a psychopomp, advises a banner in indigo lettering. A masked woman is negotiating at the first booth, offering 2 silver coins and a lock of hair. Cowled Loquator for ministry-approved literature. It leads to the book, especially the index, where the words are the most dense and the type smallest. That it folds the volume away into a pocket of its surprisingly capacious robe, and invites you to lead the way. Helps for a month, and a month might be all I need. So let me see, I think currently I am antedeceased, and at a minimum I need to be ephemera. Cage catches, gemstones for Death's Door, both for Death's Door. Alright. Only 2,900 for the Watches in Azure. Cool. For some reason, thought it'd be more expensive. There, a saying device that also gives 16 whole armor. Incredible. Hey, Robbie? Nobody's died yet today. And I don't see too many people dying. And I also see this whole quest ending either this week or the next, because there's not really all that much left to do. So if I'm lucky, killing off all of my crew might be a thing of the past. Gotta get a bit more mirrors before I can get 8 hold plus butchery. Oh no, Robbie, if your Top Gun folk die. Let me refresh myself, who still lived? We got Goose and Maverick. Kazansky. Johann Morto was also one, right? Was that one of yours? Sarah and Marie weren't given last names, but I'm going to assume those are also Top Gun. Somehow still alive, though. Who was Johann? Was that Corpse Eaters? Might have been. Hey, today you are an anonymous alligator. Oh, you're O's. Oh, that's right, you're OCs. Those Sarahs and Maries. I forgot to. I was so fixated on the other names being Top Gun that I just automatically classified them as fellow Top Gun characters, maybe. That's me being mentally lazy. Okay, so 5 cage catches, I got 3. And 5 Namertine gemstones, I have 1. But money is money. Let me see what I want to do. While I'm in port. 10 veils, 20 veils between them. Plus the Cloud Lokoi War. I think I'm okay for veils checks then. Okay, so where is the... It's gonna be here then, right? The House of Days. I haven't even been to the House of Days yet. Right around the corner. House of Days. They got more cage catches. Employ my litigator to lower the price for 5 cage catches. For 850 sovereigns. Nuh-uh. I'll get my own, the old-fashioned way. Portrait of the House of Days. Attempt the doorway. Acknowledge rental dispute. I could do the rental dispute too. I probably should. But that's also a process. Everything here is a process. Take a number, wait on a cushion till the number is called. Ape 2047, that's me. Clarifications on existing contracts, go to the Court of Mules. Get a testament of the feather to be heard there. I'm going to need so many testaments of the feather. 50% chance success. And that's with 2 officers giving plus 10. A Cloud Lokoi. Anybody else give? Your irons and veils. 6 veils compared to 10 veils. Hearts, irons, mirrors. So no, that's the best I got. But at least I've also got 10 cryptic benefactors. I could save scum, but won't. How about ephemera? Court of Mules. Contest the interpretation of the embassy lease. Subcontract my litigator. Court of Oaks. Claim the status of ephemera. 2 Namertine gemstones, expensive. But I kinda need to. Court of Mayflies. I could claim ephemera right here. Perhaps you were antedeceased when you arrived here. But life is so short. Produce a witness to your death and be recognized as ephemera. All it requires is having a litigator to speak on my behalf. Your litigator is required to recount your death from personal experience. They describe an incident with the escaped spirit of a bull elephant, a lack of nerve, and a heart attack. 2 court officials in a row go on break before the description is complete. The 3rd attendant does stamp you ephemera. The mark is applied to your lower lip, and it is the iridescent green-black of a beetle's carapace. Status obtained. Maybe I'll go ahead. Was it apes where I can get a testament of the feather? 50% chance each, with only 10 cryptic benefactors. 1 times testament of the feather. 2. You tell a story that moves the attendant to tears. You invoke the influence of your benefactor. You embellish certain points, and gloss over others. It is enough. I have a friend in another court. You will only need to bring the message from me, says the attendant, proud of his generosity. All the troubles of your case will land on someone else. The attendant inscribes a testament of the feather in clay and bakes it with the glare of his will. When you pick it up, it feels like a brick that has been left in the sun. Could I get more? Failure. Perhaps, suggests the court, you are meddling in things that ought to leave alone. Nuisance suits are not regarded kindly in the Blue Kingdom. Unless I keep trying. Failure. It's alright, statistically. Should get 5, right? So many failures in a row. Worst coin flip ever. Well, it was a 50% chance. And out of 5 cryptic benefactors, that's 5 successes and 5 failures, so it's exactly half. The law of large numbers wins to my benefit. Alright then, Court of Oaks. Was it Court of Oaks? Or was it Court of Mules? The Court of Mules? For the rental dispute? You must surrender your testament of the feather in order to be given a place in line. Then you must wash your body with a sponge dipped in vinegar water. After this, the masked attendant kneels beside you on a square of bleached linen. She takes careful and copious notes. She does say, with a sigh, that you can never tell with contracts drawn up by devils. Finally, she asks, should the ambassador of Albion hold the toll tower, though it belonged to the devils for millennia? Though she has already stretched her time with imported hours, though she has no respect for bounds, well, if you put it that way. Or yes, she's made great progress. See, technically, the contract, was it 1 or 3 viewings of the sun, is how long the contract is for? The devils claim it as meaning a specific period of time. The ambassador claims it's 1 or 3 viewings of the sun. I have never viewed the sun. He stays behind death's door, never saw him once. Ergo, still on the lease. But I'm going to side with the devils. Albion has no rightful claim to the embassy's land. Then we are pursuing an eviction, says the attendant. Court of Oaks controls precedent around unreasonable delays in matters of endurance. Ask them to rule. Court of Oaks. Hurrying on a ruling in an overlong contract requires 3 barrels of hours. Or, with suitable irons, a single jumble of souls to bribe. Or wait for a ruling. So the hours of the bribe. I guess the irons is my fortitude in trying to wait. Well, it says suitable bribe too. Maybe it's using the hours? Either way, can't do a thing here yet. So I'm gonna stop at the White Well first. See if they don't have Navarantine gemstones or cage catches for Death's Door. They might. What was I missing hole? Oh, that's right. Missing hole from gaining hole. And a little more hole for me. Hole and free XP. Ephemera now, so most of the Logoi and I are friends. Though even if you achieve yoke status, at least one Logos still remains hostile to you. And by one Logos, I mean one color of Logos. they've all got at least one status that they play keep outs with. Unless you're invisible, then everyone hates you. It's one down, but the Spirifer is a tough one here. Nice. And only took minimal damage from it. Survivors for crew? Nah. Loot the plundered hall. I think success determines if it's good souls or mediocre souls. Failure? Jumble of undistinguished souls, so yeah. Friendly logos? Friendly logos. Not friendly logos. I thought we were chill. Why don't we leave your aunt as a conductor? Conductor, you are one to talk. Seek entry 2. The Ombudsman has a job for me. You know, I never have finished off this one quest line. I've seen it start, but I've never been able to see it to completion. Port report, forget about the judges, not the judges, the industrialist lost love. Submit my own soul for judgment. Measures quality of your soul, the power of your ideas, the texture of your terror. To receive a testament to the roses. Some other time. Cage catches. I'll take. Kinda what I was hoping for. Now to Death's Door. Foop pre-fighting. Oh, more Spirifers. You two have fun. While I map out the route to the Horologian. The map never changes, but I'd feel better doing the full Steam if I had a clear map of routes. Hey, Crab Boy. Red logos, blue logos, that's right. And blue logos is fine. I am dead now. And the dead are supposed to be here. Observe the yotes. I'm dead, Robbie. I am legally dead. The spirits have declared me ephemera, which means I've been granted access to this part of the skies. It's all about the bureaucracy in the Blue Kingdom. And I think yoked are only allowed in here. Which is fine, I could get a port report still. Alright, so bringing Altan to Death's Door. Who hasn't accidentally flown all the way to the top? But we're not gonna fly through Death's Door. I can't guarantee that I'll make my way back out, and this is a 1cc. If I get killed going through Death's Door, the kind of ruins 5-6 days of doing this for hours on end. What you're meant to do is go through Death's Door the usual way, going to the catafalque, finding your hole, digging your way through, being processed among the other dead spirits. 5 cage catches. Only got the 1 gemstone to give. Panes of stained glass. I think I do need some. So I'll take them. Alright, catafalque. Permission to effect its release, with a testament to the feather. Making your way along a mean and narrow boulevard, notice a weary spirit hurrying towards you, clutching a jar to take its voice, babbling frantically. Not far behind are 2 dead bureaucrats, citing the spirit's violations of its status as one of the yoked. They're gaining on the spirit, whose jar has now begun to sob hysterically. Oh well. I lost how many cryptic benefactors to gain these testaments. They're my testaments of the feathers. And that has stained my soul. Oh well. Once the vast grounds at Death's Door were called the 7 concentric gardens. There were flowers, grass, trees, leaves that attached. Now there is mud. A squalid, black, hungering mud. And a seething sea of massed dead, digging and scrabbling, churning, overturning, searching. Useless now to try to cultivate even a blade of grass. But a few yoke gardener spirits dash between the trenches, rakes and hoes aloft. They are still stubbornly attempting the impossible. Sedulous Devil, Navigator has a request. The Devil rushes towards you. He is charged with handling a specific set of unusual cases, and apparently Altan, borne upon his friend's back, is one. Let's get you where you need to be. Just the one? The Devil pulls out a pair of calipers to measure Altan's left ear. This way. He leads you past rows of shuffling dead. As you walk, the Devil squints at the Navigator, first through one eye, then the other. Oh, that is clever. He gestures downwards, to a stone slab coated in mud. This door for Altan. The Devil turns to the Navigator, shaking his head. Your circumstances were a poor fit for your soul, so you change your circumstances. A neat trick. Man fits you much better. He turns several pages of his clipboard. Sign here, please. And then, with another handshake, he's scurrying back across the furrows. You heave Altan's door open and drop into the darkness below. Below the mud, you find yourself with a catafalque, a candle-decked labyrinth, filled with endless lines of shuffling, silent dead. Death's Door waits at the other end of the tunnels. Most of the candles are burned to stubs, leaving the floor caked with runnels of wax. Logo Y, The living words of the sun patrol the tunnels. Their elegant sigil forms roar with fire. They, and a few stubborn candles, are the only light left. Help a spirit and gain its lightless soul flaw. Recruit crew from among the waiting dead. Scour the scrawled wall messages on the walls, etched in the final words of the voiceless. She held my head beneath the waves, my murderer, my love. God, I'm sorry for my sins with all my heart. If you read this, I'm sorry. Where are you, where are you, where are you? Eaten by, not fair, I was hungry too. Is this all there is? For a savage secret? To help a lightless spirit? Logo I, administering tests of soul quality, and the lightless cannot pass. Good luck with that. Join the queuing dead. For Altan, after all, here to help the Navigator, not random strangers of dead people. The Navigator's face is as expressionless as a waxen mask. He moves closer towards you, so that his shoulder brushes your arm. Captain, before the Navigator is an endless line of the dead, plotting in silent acceptance. The Navigator gazes ahead, peering into the dark. He leaves the line. This isn't right, he says. Take us back, Captain. This was a mistake. Oh well, nothing else here then. No more bargains. No more gemstones to give. Unless... no, just souls. Alright then. Fortunate Navigator. If not here for Altan, I need honey to console him. So back in town then. Assuming I got nectar in the bank, I should. Since I've been getting how many bees? It's a puppy. Okay, gotta be careful. That is why I gotta be careful. I was gonna say, because sometimes you get curators around here. But more importantly, this is very common, an area for spawning eaters of the dead. Extract its meat. I should, because you can't buy meat here, or any food. With careful application of your cannery, you prize off the most succulent slabs of meat. Your crew shuttles them back to your engine. Now that the beast bones are exposed, you can see that they are scored with correspondence. The sigils are fractured. Many of its still pulsing internal organs are twisted and deliquescent. This doesn't look like damage from her weapons. Was it made to be thus? But where there's one eater, there's bound to be two with rrrr. They're quick, and they do so much damage. So, if I could help, but I prefer not engaging at all with those. They alone are the reason that I avoid going to the central area, because the central area is also pretty prone to them, and instead go the long way around through guaranteed resurrectionists and spirifers to get to the Stone-Face Court. Homing missiles and rapid-fire explosives are a lot safer than two of those things. Where am I going? This doesn't feel like Lyceum area. Outbreak of heart sickness. Nah, this is the edge. Lyceum should be someplace in here then. In here. Hey, Corpse Eater. Nobody's died yet. It's only been an hour already. Which is no time for anybody to die. Nothing. Just fails checks for valuables. Ah yeah, Johann was one of yours. Yep, Johann still lives. There haven't been any checks yet to see if anybody dies. Just smooth, safe sailing. This is a very story-heavy part, so sad to say the opportunities are a little bit slim. But there are sometimes huge, bright areas of light in the Blue Kingdom, which pretty much represent thoughts from the Blue Kingdom itself. And if you pass through, then there's a chance that one of your crew just ceases to exist. So maybe... but for now it is pretty safe. Storehouse of Sparks. I could steal into the storehouse, and that would take some crew if I fail. 13 crew needs 6. I'm currently a 46% chance of success. I could. It'd be free gemstones. Do they sell gemstones here? They don't, just books. We'll see. After I get what I came for. Oh yeah, Robbie, this... I always say that in Sunless Skies your crew are a lot safer than in Sunless Sea. Sunless Sea, if the wind is stiff, you lose 5 crew just like that. Like, they practically make a joke about it. They're a lot more safe in here. And yet, we've already lost so many. Enter the gates. As you approach the gates, the few spirits hovering in the courtyards begin to cluster behind you. A great eye level shrieks open. A skeletal face peers back at you, eyeball to hollow, gem-studded socket. You are permitted, the unworthy scribe says, in a voice of molten lead. Not the rest. The lamentation has made herself more than clear. The grate slams shut, with a long, grinding moan. The left gate creaks open a fraction. It is enough to slip into the dark chamber beyond, as the gate swings shut behind you. The Lyceum is a cavernous and crumbling vault. Its stone floors are covered in battered tomes and broken tablets. Creaking shelves far above you bow under the weight of disordered scrolls. A few thin rays of light filter in from holes in the towers high above. They illuminate vast stone stairs leading deeper into the Lyceum. The unworthy scribe sits at a small desk beside the gate, whispering to himself and paying you no heed. Report, introduce myself. Need to speak to Lamentation of Mists. Forge of Souls is also cool, but I kinda don't need it. Oh, I got Scraps of Ancient Knowledge, that's right, I could use those to gain access to the Lamentation of Mists. I've been collecting these Testaments of the Feather, forgetting I could just use books. Proper books. Cleave of the corpses of the senior scriveners. And with the litigator, the cost is only 1. So, Miss Lamentation of Mists, a scribe spinster the size of a chapel, rests at the center of the Chamber of Restoration. Her wings are pale as lambskin and thick as a Bible. She holds her wings to her, and keens and soft utterances of fragmentary speech. She is bound by a long length of chain to a massive book, illuminated in black and gold, and shackled to the floor. Is that the book from Heaven's Vault? As you enter, her blind face turns to you. I could beseech her to yoke me to the Lyceum, and that's one easy way to get access to Yokedom. Though I could also get a Testament Assault here. But first, we are here for the Didact, who wants the Roll of Ash. The bedeviled Didact needs to consult it, to learn more about the strife between the sons. The Lamentation examines you for a long moment. One wooden finger, long as a spear, taps thoughtfully on the floor. Then she rattles off a statico set of directions through the Lyceum. The Didact scribbles them down. Return here afterwards, he says. Would speak. Leaving the Lamentation's presence, you follow her directions into the jumbled chaos of the Lyceum. The route is complicated, but seems largely untraveled, as if the local denizens avoid it. Eventually you enter a cavernous chamber. The bedeviled Didact gasps. The Roll of Ash is not a book or a scroll. It's a library. The chamber is huge, its walls gridded with square alcoves, reaching all the way to the ceiling. In each alcove is a marble tablet, engraved with sigils of the correspondence. Allow him his research. He dons stained glass spectacles and a tin hat, and his fingers dance over a tangle of charms at his neck. Only then does he begin to read. These are the names of a son, he says, indicating the higher sigils on a slab. And this, he frowns, at the lower sigil. Perhaps most mundanely translates as cause of death. This place is a cenotaph, a memorial to dead stars. He examines several more slabs. See, the sons differ, but the cause of death is identical in every case. An exchange of courtesies. He steps back, counting the rows and the ranks of the alcove. Hundreds. He shudders abruptly. I think that's enough. We should return to the Lamentation. And I have once again learned something I should not. Return. Well, she asks, crawling forward, on her angular limbs to loom over you. The sigil-scrawled wooden mask of her face is, as ever, unreadable. I think, the Didact hesitates. I think a great many stars have died under the veneer of this courtesy. Hundreds of them, in fact. The Lamentation issues a shrill, jagged sound. Is she laughing? That chamber. One annex of the Roll of Ash. Annex 34, she says. Of 278. Then she dismisses you. She has had her fun. The Didact turns to you. Can we return to New Winchester? I need to think. The bedeviled Didact wants very badly to go home. Fair enough, but I very badly want to see about stealing these Navartine gemstones. It's a 46% chance of success, so I'm guaranteed to fail. Need 6 crew. 3 or 4 are going to die? Nah, I shouldn't. I've lost too many crew. And money's already pretty good, 4,000 at this point of the game. I'll be a nice captain this time. If my crew are going to die, at least it won't be on purpose. Besides, I still have people alive from the first days. Mr. Krabs from the very first day. Hordian from the first year. Anonymous Chameleon. Anonymous Anteater. Cute. If I could finish this game, keeping 1 crewman alive from the very first day, I'm going to count that as bonus. No Spirippers. There's usually a Spiripper on Makoto Sound. None? Anywho, sorry Bedevil Didact, but before I drop you back off into Winchester, gotta sort through this issue with the embassy. Oh right, forgot to buy fuel. That's right, it's a small kingdom. Deliver port reports. Pay and gratitude. More cage catches for death's door. Is it all they want? Just more food? Then should just have to go to the House of Days, get it sorted, come back, then done. Smooth landing. Oaks? Was it Oaks? It was Oaks. Hurry a ruling on an overlong contract. The attendant asks about the ambassador, Albion, a repeating of devils, and your reason for siding with them against your own kind. She inks your tongue and takes its imprint. She tests your spittle with drops that turn into vigorous proofs to check for spite. Then she writes out her own notes, in handwriting like a trace of a vine. She adduces 5 precedents, which are bearing on this case. On the lease itself, she places a symbol which means a tree that dies upright in the forest, but does not fall until the snow comes. Visit the Pansecritus for the final ruling. One may see the Pansecritus at any time. He appears as a sigil of flame at the heart of the House of Days. The same sigil is reflected in the polished stone. It is written at the head of the page, in every appointment book of the house. It is spoken as greeting and parting by the servants of the house. To be noticed by the Pansecritus, however, requires effort and prior arrangement. Listen to rumors of the Pansecritus. The Pansecritus is a logos, a word that was spoken by the westernmost king and has echoed ever since. Depending on the translator, the Pansecritus' meaning may be rendered as any of these phrases: eternal dominion, everything in its place, no drop-in meanings permitted. The sigil is painted in nectar on the ceiling of the court of hummingbirds, for the better understanding of the winged spirits. In the court of whales, it is expressed in bass song. In the court of bloodhounds, it is translated, almost accurately, as a scent of the vetiver and sandalwood. Walk boldly in, if I had loads of hearts. But failure strips me my status and makes me invisible again. Claim my right to audience. I could use 2 testaments of the feather and drop my liver as a deposit. I will get it back, but I kinda like my liver. Litigator, argue my right to enter. Only costs 1 testament of the feather, and I get to keep my liver. The Cowed Quaestor takes your testament of the feather and copies out the text 3 times on fresh papyrus. To this, it adds a lengthy documentary account of your travels in Blue Kingdom so far. Then it prepares a table of contents for your documents, enumerating where the reader may find the original testament and where they may look for each of the copies. When it is finished, the stack of paperwork and clay is inches thick and tombstone heavy. This is enough. The Pansecritus is a wall of flame and wind and noise, so strong as a light that your body is transparent. Even the shadow of your bones is only a faint pattern on the ashen floor. The Pansecritus perceives you. Each hair on your head is counted, every scar. It does not have time for delays. What do you wish? What would you convert from should to is? Can only do one thing here before being cast out. But it can always come back. It only costs 1 testament. 48% chance success. See, that's the major disadvantage of this new system they have for the facets. 2 major disadvantages. One is you can't allow yourself the freedom to make an interesting character. You have to take whatever boring thing they give you 5 levels in a row, or 10 or 12. The other is that your stats end up extremely Mario-ish, leveled all around, because what choice do you have but to pick the fastest they force on you? You don't really have any chance to truly excel in a chosen area. Anywho, rental dispute, enforce the eviction of the Embassy of Albion. No more discussion. Your skin burns, your hair prickles. You are frisked by a hurricane. There are no questions. You might have thought there would be some final consultation, that you would have to defend your case to this final arbiter. But the Pansecritus has no interest in your words. It marks your paper with its own name, which is to say with itself. Then, it is finished noticing you. You are left holding something that looks like a lease document, but that weighs on your hand like a sword. You must deliver it to the ambassador, and it will evict the embassy at once. You forgot to ask what would happen to you. I'm sure when it says weighs like a sword, it means metaphorically. There was a comparison graphic. In the context of Elwyn Media, swords are so heavy that young men and women can barely lift it. But it was kind of a chart that compared classic medieval swords of various types and their equivalent weights, ranging from a kitten for some lighter swords to a 7.7 pound newborn baby. KMC. We had the final declaration. I can get my creative benefactors back. 1 gratitude for 1 creative benefactor. Oh, 3 for 1. What else could I take? 3 gratitude for 1 inspiration. I'll take 1 benefactor, since I spent all mine. Then deliver the notice of eviction. It is stamped, sealed, signed, and readied. The ambassador reads the findings of each court. At the end, beneath the sigil of the Pansecritus, there is a place for her own signature, to acknowledge her eviction. She struggles, but her scarred left arm stretches out, and her left hand signs a page. Then an avalanche of time sweeps away the embassy of Albion. There is no ambassador, no secretary, no attaché. Your gut slackens with hunger, your throat dries. The larvae of moths sprout from your clothing, eat, and fly away. A blink later, you stand at the court of porphyry and brass. Devils crowd you with gifts. Albion's embassy's been ejected, and now I've got 5 times porphyry court gratitude, more experience, 3 times selections of Immaculate Roses, a testament to the rose, Immaculate Souls I mean, plus 1 times testament to roses, and a total of 3 captivating treasures now. What happened to the embassy of Albion? It was here now, and now it's very much not. The Deviless explains, in the Blue Kingdom, it takes a long time to receive a decision. But once a case has been judged, the execution is instant. In this case, it was proven that the embassy should have moved out years earlier, and so the sentence was applied retroactively. I hope you aren't feeling ill, she adds solicitously. You should not have been harmed, but the execution of the command may have produced some side effects for those in the vicinity. And that's that, all complete. Mechanically, nothing changes. Still the same marketplace of litigators, repairs for the same cost, and the same quality. $16 Immaculate Souls now, but nobody's buying. And now to drop off the Didact, and very likely get 1 more level up. Maybe not. It's like 3,000 or 2,500 away. 4,500. What even is math? It's fake. It's numbers. You ever see a number? Of course not. How does one even observe a number? Could you put out a microscope, a telescope? Can you carve apart Susie's 3 apples and 5 bananas and reduce them to some kind of numerical, observable number? No, they're fake. Alright, Didact. Deposit you. He has been silent and distracted on the way back. When he called on him in his cabin, he found that he has borrowed a can of pitch from the engineers and painted his windows black. As he disembarks, the didact hesitates. I am afraid this is as far as I will follow this line of enquiry. There is a war in the heavens and a slaughter of sons. And for every one that falls, how many lesser beings suffer? The sons themselves in a position of indispensability, and now they're disposing of one another. I am sorry, but I learned some time ago when to let a thing lie. I will, of course, help you find our missing Ernest Mariner. I will focus more directly on that, but my investigations to the affairs of sons is at an end. 2000 XP. Now it's only 2,500. See, I was right. I was just getting ahead of myself. Put the pieces together. You have a picture now of what the Ernest Mariner was pursuing and how. With the Baroness, you learned that the stars can only be killed by beings of comparable magnitude. With the Didact, you found out that thousands of stars have died in a secret civil war. With the Citizen, you learned that the Courtesy, a pact between the stars, determines a procedure by which they may murder one another. With Meg, you discover that the Courtesy conceals the existence of the bloodshed. If you learn the truth, you are hunted by the fire that follows. If your friend discovered all this and more, the fire must have been hunting her. But where would she have tried to hide from it? Spatchcocker Meg has found a lead. Fortunately, Meg's search for the Ernest Mariner has borne fruit. She and the bedeviled Didact seek you out. Excuse me. The Azazel was seen passing Lustrum and heading over the edge towards the waste, says Meg. The Didact looks grim. The wastes are a starless space, cold and barren, haunted by evil winds. She cannot survive there. You have a choice now. Follow your friend in pursuit of the truth, or abandon your ambition in perils. It is not too late, for you at least. You could still seek wealth or fame instead of this quest into the forbidden secrets, which can have no good end. I was thinking the other week, right, that perhaps this is one avenue for maybe a Martyr King Cup 1cc. Start off, fresh new captain, fresh lineage, pursuing the truth, get to this point. After finding the Chamberlain Journal, because normally how it works is you find the journal for one captain, then the Martyr King Cup's unlocked for the next one after, and so on till completion. But what if you unlock the Martyr King's Cup by fighting the journal, and then trade your ambition here? But I checked the wiki, and it seems at least if I read the wiki right, you're only allowed to change to wealth or fame. But what if? What if you could switch from truth to Martyr King's Cup? Then potentially you might be able to go all in for one captain, but probably can't. No, persist with the quest. You will not turn back now. Is it loyalty, curiosity? Or do you have more ambitious aims? After all, you have learned the sons can die. The Ernest Mariner's engine, the Azazel, was seen heading towards the waste. You must follow her, to her all maps fail. Nothing else to do. Plenty of crew. 13? Was it 13? Did I have 13 crew or 14? 13, okay. I thought I lost one somehow, I didn't notice. No new prospects. And so far I need 5 guns for the Cavies and Titania, 9 for Lustrum. Alright, 5 for the Cavies, 2 for Lustrum. And still don't have the mirrors for this. What's my current mirrors at? 63 plus 1. I'm 1 away from being able to use it. In that case, carried with me. It's 10 more weight, but I got plenty of fuel. Alright, so Cavies first, then Lustrum. And Lustrum this time should be, is it east? It is east. You know what? We do have the thing with the circus, so a bit more fuel. Circus, then Titania. Then Lustrum. You know what is real? Numbers might be fake, but imaginary numbers are the actual real ones. Because if you take an imaginary thing and make it imaginary, that cancels it out. So the imaginary numbers are the only real ones. It's like multiplying a negative by a negative. Listen to stories, briefly without terror. Free tickets, watch a performance. Cause can never have too many visions of heaven. Return, the magician's suitcase, and what might be his cat. The cat that's been my passenger for how many months now. Monsieur Francois has been, all things considered, a very well-behaved passenger. The humiliated magician's eyes widen as he sees Monsieur Francois. He takes the cat with trembling hands, who purrs briefly before jumping to investigate the caravan's cupboards. I never expected I'd see him again, the magician says. Didn't have space for him when I left, thank you. He turns his attention to the suitcase. Inside are faded posters, playbills, and photographs. This is Marzipan and me. The magician holds up a photograph of two gentlemen in coat and tails. We were apprenticed under the Monsieur Pleats. This is before Hallow arrived, and he shakes his head. At last, he unearths a small vial of amber liquid. Take it. The glass is crystal, the color deep and resinous. It catches a candlelight, gleams gold in your hand. Prisoner's honey, says a humiliated magician. My last batch, from old London. Marzipan and I used to dream together. This was before the Hallow, of course. With her confounded glass. He sighs. No, I have wasted enough breath on that one. Take a few sips the next time you're on Hybris. Find somewhere comfortable to sleep. You'll see your colonists again. Monsieur Francois has left my locomotive, but I have a lead on what happened to the very ancient colonists. Seeds. Always seeds. Next stop, Titania. Only 500 XP now. Thought I heard gunfire. Whose gunfire is that? That is gunfire. Papers. Oh, and a hive. How'd I miss that one? And the Tachydes can go ahead. They could have the bees. I'll take the nectar. They could. Ooh, nectar, that's right. Nectar for the navigator. Console the fortunate navigator. He was about to fulfill his childhood promise, but he turned away from death's door. Altan's corpse only reminds him of his failure. The navigator clenches the hot toddy he brought him. It's nice, he manages after the first sip. And thank you after the fourth. When the mug is finally empty, he turns to the corpse of Altan, propped to face the window. The family tomb was no good, too gloomy, too dark. But you were at death's door, you saw them. Altan deserves better. He puts out his mug and meets your eyes. I've been thinking about the alternatives. And about those alternatives? He must have a sky burial. It's not traditional, but I think it would appeal to Altan's sense of poetry. I need to leave him somewhere in the high wilderness, but where? The most serene mausoleum, rests by a dead sun. Only those in high favor with her renewed majesty permitted burial there. An exalted place, but he won't take it. No, never. He collects himself. I'm sorry. But abandoning him alongside your stuffy British nobles, he was an imperial. The mausoleum would be worse than where we found him. Mother Mountain is also nice. It's traditional. A sky burial up in the mountains. He goes for it. You have an adventure climbing up there. But there's better. There's a weft of unraveling time. He'd be casting Altan into the tumultuous throes of a frenzied time. And it would be tremendously dangerous to get there. That's an adventure itself. That is it, yes. The navigator moves to embrace you. He remembers himself and offers a handshake. That's perfect. A last journey to uncertain destination. If he'd known this could be his last resting place, he would have begged me to arrange it. So gotta find Altan, a weft of unraveling time. In all beyond. Which you get back to eventually, just not right now. So still get to keep Altan's corpse. More bees. Bump them. Hostile would count as a hit. How'd I miss? More nectar for me. 96% chance. That's a 4% chance of failure. And as we know, chances of failure are way heavier than chance success. Partial success. That's fine. Now what is my second to last facet going to be? Any cool sovereign ones? I dare not look. No, the same boring ones from how many times ago? Do I want a club with London's illustrious private member clubs? Maybe be a black sheep for some mirrors? I've been trying to avoid all 5 of these the whole game, where they keep on popping back up. At least randomize them. I mean, I looked at the Reddit, and it seems people have the exact same experience, that after a while they just get the same exact facets over and over again for several levels up until the end. As if the game is out of facets, but there are so many facets. Is something bugged? Maybe there's something bugged, and it's supposed to get random each time, but then the game doesn't know that there are new sovereign facets tossed into the gene pool, and it's acting as if it's out. Maybe that's it. What affiliations have I used already? Bohemians, academics. Establishment affiliation here, so maybe could drop my establishment some. And that'll change that out. Because establishment is on 2. That's gotta be from my officers, right? So who's currently giving establishment? That's academy, villainy. Establishment 2. So switch the rats out. Establishment, villainy. Gonna cheese it, see if I can't get better. A pen pal. Or the interlude in red and gold from before. Worth noting that now I've got 3 villainy, but it's not giving me the facet for villainy. I haven't taken it. The Thieves' Oath. So it's in there somewhere. What if I put villainy down then? Academy, villainy is from you. 1 Bohemia. Kinship with rats. Oh my goodness, you keep on manipulating it. I'm gonna take the kinship with rats. London's rats are persistent and ingenious. They are not well spoken, but they are at least spoken. They're also marvelously skilled engineers. The relationship between humans and rats have always been fraught. The plague, exterminators, the ill-conceived cricket league in '86. So why did the rats accept you? You suspect you were their mascot is an adorable option. They were always very kind. Sometimes they left you little squares of cheese. Now we were a captain in the Z, now a sky captain in a locomotive. We have a professional respect. We have engineer rats. They were great engineers. So there's a good professional understanding. They admired your determination, on which you wielded the spanner, the firm twist of a screwdriver, your comprehensive knowledge of pistons and gauges. And now I'll put everybody else back. Aunt and the rats that gave me said facet. And now I could use my Osiris patented divider. 8 hold instead of 4. Not that I need a whopping 34 cargo space. If you read Reddit, the choices in people's engines and are all about like maximizing your cargo space, but just 20 some is fine. 34 is ridiculous. You could put enough fuel there to circumnavigate Eleutheria slowly and pick up prospects along the way. That's an obscene amount of hull right now. Drop off settler that I kinda forgot about ages back. Still got 200 sovereigns, got the bonus. Maybe sell a captivating treasure? Because 3, I don't think you ever need 3 whole captivating treasures, ever. Midnight Rose, just to unlock. Unlock smuggling. Even though it's too late for me to really take advantage of smuggling. Now here to give guns to the cavies. 1,000 experience. And a whole moment of inspiration as bonus. See, you could arrange things in Titania to give one captain per lineage. Not one captain per lineage. You could give each captain of your lineage a one-time boon that might give you 1 inspiration. Or you take the cavies, and every time their common bargain, their prospect pops up, more inspiration just for finishing it. Then feel enough to get to Lustrum. Money situation. Plenty of money. In case we need multiple trips to find our friend. Partial again. It's alright. Because sovereigns don't weigh anything at least. You know, if I'm really quick, could possibly finish this today. It's an if, but it's a possibility. Gossip. It costs 4 gossip though. Plenty of permits. Alright, more benefactors. Could just boost by Carolon, but gonna stop by anyway. Get a port report to squeeze a bit of cash out. Maybe clear out the soul flaw that I picked up. What do I have on my soul? Cold. Icy to the touch, dispassionate, clinical, removed. So, port report. Deliver the half glass empty that I forgot to completely about. The presiding deviless descends to meet your rescued prisoner. She taps his glass eye with a fingernail. A sun-touched soul, she muses. An eager flash of tongue at her lips. Yes, we could take good care of him. Buy half glass. Your last words, with the empty, are awkward and brief. He was never much of conversationalists. Same. He thanks you, and he seems happy to leave it at that. When you return to your train, you find a nervous young man waiting outside with a barrel of souls. The deviless told me to deliver these to you, he says. Said it was a fair trade for such a patient. 2 times Immaculate Souls. Then let's see, where does cold get cured? Cure my cold soul. See, soul flaws are great. Every time you cure them, you get free XP. And I don't think it even uses up the, whatever you call it. The penance. Like, they have a cost of penance, but it's more of a key than payment. And each time you get a soul flaw, and cures a soul flaw, it's easy experience. Experience and resources. Undistinguished souls. Especially nice in the later game, when you actually have the stats to get some of those penances. Plus helping out the other penitents too. Good XP carrying your own stuff. Decent XP helping everybody else. Cargo. Cargo has a cage catch. Oh well. If I get hungry or bored waiting for 300 years. Oh no, the snow touched me. Join celebrations, briefly without terror. Sweet Jane, permit, artifacts, inspiration, permits, permits. Up to 20. Needs 12 charred stovepipe nameplates for 1 mold inspiration. Nah, in that case, permits all the way. The Tacadies, they love me. Hasn't changed anything among the stovepipes, because they still loathe me enough for shoot on sight. 2 guns for Lustrum. Well, I was hoping they were also selling guns. Not so lucky. Nothing else going on here. So guess nothing to do but buy out all the fuel and supplies that I can muster. 11-11, make it 12-12. Then out beyond the map we go. What about that navigator? To send out Altan's body to the wastes beyond the skies. That could also be an adventure. It might not be a wealth of unraveling time, but it's Excitement? A place where no man has survived or explored? A waste stretches before you. The star that reigned over it died cold aeons ago. Now its domain is empty of life, drowned in darkness, harried by a howling wind. Your crew beg you to turn back. All that waits ahead is a slow shedding of all that you were, then a frozen death. But our friend's out here. She left her crew in New Winchester and took the Azazel alone into the howling wastes. And yet somehow got from New Winchester out here all by herself, well below the safe crew minimum. You try that and your crew explodes, your ship explodes, barely outside the gate. What's it cost? 2 supplies, 3 fuel. I am loaded. Failure. Really, failure at 0% chance. For days you scour the waste. These are regions where sons have died, victims of the polite slaughter concealed by the courtesy. You find nothing but frozen ruins, grim gray monuments, and rubble strewn across the sky. Winds hound your locomotive, battering her every hour on the endless night. Frost is a constant threat, creeping along pipes, infiltrating the stores. Eventually you have to turn back. When your engine and crew have thawed, you can try again. Try again. 40% chance. Failed. 80% chance success. With 8 and 6 fuel. Enough fuel to make back to Lustrum. On the 3rd midnight after you enter the wastes, a junior signaler cries out, "A fire, Captain!" You rush to the window. There, in a ruined palace fragment, you see a flicker of lonely flame. A small encampment is tucked into the tumbled pillars. Someone has tried to grow a plot of verdant seeds there, but the wind and cold have choked them. There is a lean-to constructed against the side of a locomotive, which has been stripped for parts to build a makeshift components. Find the mariner. There's no sighted camp. Perhaps she's taken shelter in the scavenged remains of her locomotive. You find her in the engine room, rolled in blankets beside a now cold firebox. She is half starved and bitten with frost. Another day, and you'd have been too late. You are struck by the familiar curl of her hair onto one cheek, the sharp arch of her eyebrows. Her forearms and hands are wrapped in bandages. She opens her eyes. Recognition dawns in them, then horror. She pushes you away. The fire that follows. If you find me, it finds me. If it finds me, it finds you. Leave me, please. Alright, sure, leave her. No, after all this, take her home. She's coming with you. She fights you, but she has no strength. You carry her back to your engine and put her in your cabin. She weighs next to nothing. You need to get her back to New Winchester and a doctor. As for the fire that follows and the wrath of the stars, well, what will happen will happen. Then back we go. Back out to familiar skies. You know what though, there is no sun in the Reach. In the Reach, that sun has died. So, technically, isn't the Reach gonna befall the same fate as the dead zones of the wastes? No star of its own, so slowly choking to death. But there's plenty of life here. Except for on Lustrum. What if Lustrum is the beginning of that slow death, if it starts out here, as the influence of that dead Regent King starts to wane? I hadn't thought of that. Bit more fuel. Then where to? Just straight home? Just straight home, but not full steam, because I kind of want to fight a few more Scribe Spinsters for the Bronzewood. And if I'm lucky, maybe a Curator. Spinster. Pen? Nah. Just give me the X's. %89 chance to extract his heart. Success. I hear something big. Where's that big guttural sound coming from? Is it the rock? Is the rock making noise? But no curator. No, there's a curator. Poor lobotomized baby. Used to be one of the most difficult things in the sky. But they took away its aggression, its speed, made it much bigger to hit. And yet another captivating treasure to sell. Did those become more common too? Because it used to be, if I went curator hunting, I'd probably get a captivating treasure once per captain and that's it. I know that's 3 for 1 captain. And that's not an aspect I have in the Wrath of Heavens, because I'd hunt them with the Mangonel just as easily. What's the angle? Maybe around the back way, so I could stop by Victory Hall, make use of those favors with the Tacites that Sweet Jane gave me, toss in some port reports. Perfect shot. $400 sovereigns. Fortune stovepipes, desperate. I don't need to do this. But at this point I don't need anything else either. 0 points for the stovepipes, 110 for the Tacites. Then just secrets, secrets all the way. And by all the way, just a once. Spoon. And now for exciting cinematics. Nectar for Magdalenes, Flower Satania, Garbage, and Garbage. I got Nectar, sure. Plenty of. Oh, I did got the 8 Bronzewood too. Well, let me pee first, before we proceed with this, because it's been 2.5 hours. And things are about to get exciting, so give me a second. And I'll be back in a moment.
Return of the Dragon. Pick it up. Pick it up. Feel the dragon's power.
He is one with the dragon. Become the dragon.
Sounds like perfect timing. Just came back and checked on my window spider, still gone. I have no clue where my window spider went. He's gotten so big that I woke up and he's gone. No corpse either, so he's probably out having fun adventures. Anywho, Bazaar's nothing. Fuel. Get some fuel back into me. Already stopped by the bank. Now then, the friend, the whole purpose of this ambition up to this point. Have established the Earnest Mariner in a safe house belonging to Meg. To try to confound the fire that follows, the house is lampless and candleless. Instead, the Baroness provided an electric bulb, heater, and generator from the Empyrean to illuminate and heat your friend's room. In addition, the Didact has covered every surface with talismans and amulets. You don't know if they help. You don't think he does either. The masked citizen has provided flowers, a great many flowers. Attend to your friend. The doctor you contracted was not optimistic about her chances. She has been senseless for several days while you cared for her, but finally, she is beginning to wake. Beneath the pile of blankets, she is still gaunt and wan. She lost 2 fingers to frostbite. Her eyes open. When she sees you, she gives a snort of exasperation. Fool, she mutters, murmurs fondly. Her voice is scoured by the cold. Then, in a sudden flash of panic, she looks at her forearms, only relaxing when she sees the long gloves you have covered them with. A few days ago, when you removed the old, grimy bandages wrapped around her arms, you found the skin beneath covered in script. The fire that follows must have caught her at her lodgings. Her forearms and hands are covered in her secrets. Did you read them? Did we? Of course. You've known each other for years. She has no secrets from you. Or you did not. You looked away and found her the long gloves as soon as possible. This choice doesn't really matter too much. It's one of those choices that don't really affect the story, but they kind of give the player some room to express themselves in some way. But you do get a savage secret if you look. I don't think you get anything if you don't. Let's give her privacy. She's our friend. We respect her. Let her keep her secrets. You'd rather not know. The earnest mariner is sitting up in the bed now, demolishing a bowl of soup. You both know you won't have long. The fire that follows is hunting for you. Talk about old times? Forget the suns and their strife, hunting fires and courtesy. Talk instead of better days. For a time, you try to forget. You talk about old escapades and friends. Bicker companionably about unsettled arguments, tease each other with familiar precision. It is good for a while, but soon her eyes settle on her gloves, and she remembers the fire that follows. She remembers the fire that follows, and the hopelessness of her position. Why flee to the wastes? What did she hope to achieve? A few more months, maybe. The fire had already found me, more than once. The last time I barely escaped. I hoped the stars would find it harder to see out in the wastes. That it would be harder for the fire to find me. Perhaps even that I might be afraid. She looks into your eyes. I was wrong. There is no escape. You'll see about that. Suddenly, blue light flares in the windows. You hear screams. The fire has found you. Help your friend escape to the roof. You knew it was only a matter of time. You have made preparations. You knew the fire would come, but not that it would come so soon or so stealthily. It inhabited the hearths of 4 houses around your location, then put forth embers and fingers of flames. It crept down into their cellars, and sent through them to adjacent cellars, building in size and intensity. Then it rose. When you emerge onto the roof, an abrupt inferno has broken out. Blue flames, spewing clouds of smoke, consume the surrounding buildings. They burned a sigil onto New Winchester itself, and now, moving with impossible speed, the fires close in. On the roof, with a ring of smoke drawing in, the earnest mariner leans on you heavily. I'm sorry. You know as much as I do now. It will never stop hunting us. If I could offer myself to spare you, I would. You feel an abrupt itching on your neck. Your second mouth, the gift from the Hab, speaks once more. This is possible, it says. What does it mean? Time is short. What is it suggesting? You cannot flee the courtesy or defy it. You can only join in. You could appeal for the right to slay a star. You point out that you are not, in fact, a sun. Quite. However, the courtesy is unspecific on that point. Perhaps since only the suns are capable of defeating other suns, they did not think it worth forbidding others from trying. Or perhaps the idea amused them. Regardless, the requirements are the gift of a soul, and an exact supplication. You are not capable of the latter, but I am. And while customarily a rare and elaborate soul is given to symbolize the weight of the act, hers will do. Then, of course, you will ultimately have to kill a sun. And here we have a choice. We could choose to sacrifice the earnest mariner to the courtesy. and complete a version of the truth in which the Suns do recognize our right to kill a Sun, and that becomes the rest of the game. If we flee, if we tell the extra mouth to shut up, we could choose to rescue our friend. It splits from there. You could either choose to go through the Avid Horizon, complete some ritual or whatnot to open the gates once more, and flee back into the Neath to the Unter Z, which is pretty cool. But the Piranesi route, I think, is some of the best writing in this game. It spoke to me right here. If there's any ending in Son of Skies across any ambition, that's the one that I think really, really sets itself up as a proper ending, culmination, plus a kind of ending that really gets you feeling. The rest are okay for video game endings, but for a story ending, Escape via Piranesi is, it's beautiful. But no, too late, sacrifice her. She knows so much, the fire will always find her, but her sacrifice will summon the courtesy, and allow you to bargain. Goodbye, friend. The fire pounces, and the earnest mariner is engulfed. The last of her secrets bloom across her skin. The petty, gnawing wrongs of her youth. The extent of her feelings towards you. The fact that, in the moments before she dies, she regrets making this bargain and wishes desperately that the fire had taken you instead of her. Your second mouth speaks words in the language of the suns. Its tongue is a yellow flame, its voice is deep as a brass bell. The fire that follows has burned a sigil onto the city, and from the sigil arises a logos of the courtesy, a servant of the judgments, a word of living flame. It pulls the soul from the earnest mariner and brands you with it. A livid sigil is seared into your skin, closing your second mouth forever. It symbolizes your admission to the courtesy, a license to kill a sun. The smoke swirls, the fire fades. You are alone on the rooftop. And I now must find a way to kill a sun, and may begin at New Winchester, and now protected from the fire that follows. Not that it matters too much that, because the fire that follows only shows up at story points. But if it did follow you, imagine for a second, if pursuing the truth did mean that the fire that follows attacks periodically, and not just triggers at story beats. Imagine if this protection meant something. Say you progress to only know one or two mysteries, and so you only get the fire that follows, rarely. But as you learn 3 and 4, it becomes every day, or every other day, rolling to protect your engine. That'd be so difficult, but that'd be so worth it. Some narrative tension, oh my goodness, this game could use some tension, that'd be great. Brilliant. And then you make your way all the way out here. Sacrifice your friend, and then the attacks stop. And maybe when you flee, if you choose to flee with her, the attacks could be reduced to the lower probabilities of 1 or 2. That'd be pretty fun. Anyway, we got a sun to kill. You have bargained with the courtesy for the right to kill a sun. Whether through luck, oversight, or some cosmic loophole, they assented. Now, you need to work out how to do it, and find an ally of sufficient magnitude. Your investigation taught you that the only beings capable of killing a sun are other suns, or entities of comparable stature. You are going to need an ally. You look for the things the suns fear, the things they forbid, the things they imprison. Incarcerated in the White Well, on the edge of the Blue Kingdom, is a being with cause to hate the suns. Perhaps he could forge an alliance. So White, what it is? Have I got food? I got 26 food. That's enough for a short trip through. New Winchester sure looks different, huh? With all that fire damage on it. Hey, fungal crinoline. If I ever go back by way of the Phlegmatic Researcher, which probably won't. The Count Loquestator requires that it presents its invoice. I could afford to pay for another month. It's not just useful for helping out in the Blue Kingdom, but it helps skill checks anywhere in the world. Plus it's cheap. 100 coin a month. Oh, you know what? I think I have a way to maintain tension throughout this game. Because you are watching someone who has gone pro at this, who started off playing with like 7 deaths a day within an hour, and now, 6 days into 1 captain, first captain of Legacy to end. What if you could go through the wastes between the stars? Like actively navigate through them to make your way between different systems. Transit relays are easy enough, but if you couldn't use them, or if you could, but had waste traveling as an alternative? And the reason there's no tension is because once the map is known, you're safe, you know where everything is. But what if you could travel these empty spaces outside the map? Maybe to get to, say, the Reach to Albion, or to Eleutheria. And it gives you a space that is constantly in darkness, a map that never reveals, and that is randomized every time you load the game or go into it. So you don't have the safety of knowing, well, you just go here, then you go there. Kind of like an invisible labyrinth that doesn't even update your map, it just stays dark forever. So if you were a bold captain, you could go through with a butt ton of fuel and supplies and hope you get lucky. But you stand just as much of a chance of getting lost in the wastes and losing so much supplies that you can't even go back out successfully. If they ever make another game this style again, in space, I think that'd be a pretty fun mechanic. It wouldn't make too much sense for us on the skies since you have transit relays, there's no reason to wander the wastes alone. So there'd have to be a reason. Maybe a new game in an era of exploration. Either before, maybe it could be before the events of this game. One of the earlier expeditions. Or maybe later in the timeline, pushing out further to uncharted territories. Because everything's known here. Every place is a port and several ports around it. It's only your captain alone that doesn't know how to get here or there. Anyway, what's here? What do I need here? Right. The White Well. To find allies to kill a son. Literature for Death's Door. Cage catches for the soul, Forge of Souls. How many cage catches do I have? 4. Flowers, abandon, nectar, abandon. Books for Death Door I can do. Cage catches for the Forge of Souls could also do. I only have the 4, but it's a start. And how many books? 5. 7 more. Literature required to remedy unacceptable spiritual situation. I've already got 2. Oh my goodness, I've been neglecting buying books. Oh well, it's a start. Although I only took 3 supply with me. We could always come back though. Let's go in, come back out. Because there is going to be lots of back and forth across the sky for this part. Time is it now? Only 12:43. Condemned experiment. Also, I think that's the first time ever I've ever seen a curator over in this part of the sky. In the central part, right beyond Skybar Net. Pretty rare. Normally it's up by net and scale. Now, where are those eaters? Those common to the area eaters? Even with the Wrath of Heavens, I don't feel too safe around them. Since they ram at you and get really close. And if your Wrath of the Heavens detonates in front of you, it hurts you just as much. So you can blow up your projectile on yourself while a giant crocodile lunges its teeth into your hull. Well, mouth. Ambition. Descend to the well, to form an alliance with a thing interred within. The suns feared it and imprisoned it here. Perhaps you and it could help each other. With harness, pitons, and a carefully secured rope, you climb down the ice of the well's mouth and into the dark, which seethes and scuttles and surges up from below. And the darkness is spiders. Thousands of spiders, not common spiders, but sorrow spiders, each the size of a cat, and the leg of one is knotted to the leg of the next, a living, tidal tapestry of them gushing across the icy walls. Is that where Window Spider went to? It was getting pretty big, so I guess it had to join the rest of the Spider Senate. A voice reaches up from below, and you realize that this seething flood is only a digit, only a finger, of the incomprehensible mass of them trapped deeper in the well. Sorrow spiders were a plague of old London, due to their custom of stealing in eyeballs to lay their young in. Sometimes they become knotted into spider councils, but no council we ever heard of comprised more than 40 or so. The thing in the well is billions, a spider senate. Its voice is soft. And who is this? A creature of ambition. A creature of imagination. A creature prepared to do what others cannot. Is that a Crimson Promise? I only have one and all. So I can come all this way without a Crimson Promise, and simply have to turn around. Proposed alliance. You intend to kill a son. Perhaps that would interest the Spider Senate. The Spider Senate does not laugh. Yes, I would be interested. I have had a long time to think about it. I cannot leave the well, but my legacy could. You could carry it for me. You have come this far, of course you agree. The spiders surge across you. There is an unpleasantness concerning your left eye, as it is opened and hollowed, and an infant sorrow spider laid gently inside. We will need a web to span the stars, the Spider Senate says, as the deed is done. Establish spider councils in Lotheria, and the domains of the King of Hours, of the territories of the Garden King. They will be our first strands. We are embarking upon a great work, a work of centuries. Despite the savage pain and occasional stirring in your eye, you linger in the well for hours, laying your plans with the Spider Senate. When you emerge from the well, your path is set. Spider Council in the Reach, Albion, Eleutheria. Nothing easier. While I'm here though, might as well do some shopping. Thirsty Bombazine. Always a good purchase. Then a pork report. Ombudsman table. No, not yet. So many clicks just to get my port report. But that's bureaucracy for you, isn't it? Declare an anti-deceased? Nah. Deuces. In that blue light, I thought for a second that yellow logos was a green one, and I'd never seen a green logos because there is no such thing as a green logos. Now, spoilers, there's only 1.5 sun in this game, so this Sapphire King of the Blue Kingdom is kind of permitting me free reign through his kingdom while I plan and conspire to kill him. Oh no, that's eaters. Maybe they won't see me. They do not perceive me. Do not discommode. There's only a few that's exactly why. I was gonna say, there's only a few places in the Blue Kingdom where I could safely go full speed. And it's entirely because of these guys. Oh, it hit me. Didn't kill you off yet. How now? Extract meat. Hold repair. Or souls. Give me souls. Oh, failure. If you succeed, you do get better souls. At least for that, there's no real failure to trying. Either you succeed and get good souls, or fail and get mediocre souls that still sell and have their uses. Oh, now there's more of them. Where's your partner? Unless the one that was fighting this peripher was his partner. Now that's a real rarity. An Eater of the Dead all by itself. The last time I played this on stream, I kinda had to cheat, exit and reload, because I ended up flying straight into a gang of 3. Near the end of whatever ambition I was doing. But it was justified, it was almost done. And I would have turned the end of a big long thing into part 1 of the first half. Gratitude for a chart. Only have 4. Toss that, bin that one. No more Namertine gemstones. Out we go. Next stop, Albion. What are my options for the Sorrow Spiders in Albion? Port Prosper or Lustrum? So pretty much, do I want the seat of the Tacades or the Stovepipes to become filled with the Sorrow Spiders? They both have hard-working, working-class people that are going to be unfortunate casualties. But basically, Lustrum leans Tacade more often. And you have the company house office in Port Prosper. It's London away from London. Again, no real difference. It's all down to player preference and player expression. There's no greater difficulty one way or another. A cryptic stoker wants to hold a memorial service for the crew that have recently died in their service. Have recently died. It is currently the 2nd of June 1907, and the last death was in the 24th of January. He's 6 months late, just like I am. Attend and deliver the eulogy myself. The crew nod their heads as you speak, punctuating your sentences with solemn approving grunts. Afterwards, the cryptic stoker steps forward. His face is painted storm gray, and his talismans rattle like distant thunder. He delivers the ceremony in a dozen different voices. He speaks of the duty of the living to remember what has passed, So... Oh wait, 30th of March 1907. I was looking at the report date. Alright then, just a couple of months late. 30 March, the 7th of June, 2nd of June. Porch being the last one to have died. So first up, flowers for Titania. This is the exact same pair of prospects as last time. Nectar for Mandolines, Flower Titania, Junk and Junk. Vicky's give me that much fuel, a little bit of supply, and out we go to Prosper. And besides, aside from affiliation towards Atacides, Prosper is also en route. Could you just go for Prosper, drop off some spiders in Albion, then back and around? Dang, went all the way down. Was expecting hitting the memorial to the unknown rat, but I guess I got lucky. Find many smugglers inside of the asteroid. Nameplate, secrets. Bing bong. Explore Prosper, Port Report, then Ambition. Establish a Spider Council. How about an attendance Elgadi Widow before? Box seat. Gain 3 Salonstead Gossips. Council then. Your sorrow spider has outgrown your eyeball now, of course. Which is only a useless husk. You watch your spider scuttle across the shingles, looking for chimneys or drain pipes or open windows. You spend a week in Port Prosper. You are surprised with the lack of headlines reading Mysterious Plague of Swollen Eyes, and the like. Apparently, the Windward Company keeps a close rein on the local newspaper, and does not like panic. Before you leave, you visit an attic draped with veils of cobwebs, and spend a night knitting the legs of an infant sorrow spider together to form a spider council. Spider council established in the Reach. Stovepipes, still in desperate situations. Albion is especially cruel, because the transit relay dumps you out at Brabazon, and you could opt to ensconce the Sorrow Spiders into the Brabazon work world. But those guys have it rough enough as it is. Stovepipe or no, gotta be completely heartless to choose them. Okay, where's Perduance? To the southwest. Reasonable. I'm accustomed to Warbury and Perduance being south of London. I don't think I've seen them anywhere but there yet. You hear a disturbance, and it must be the dog again. Where is he? Conductor's engine. Backlit by the engine, the conductor and the inadvisably big dog, present an unusual silhouette. Your rambunctious canine has somehow pinned your officer to the ground. I cannot move, he mumbles, under a waterfall of golden fur, without hurting the dog. Please remedy this. Wrestle the dog, or convince the clay conductor. Wayward Python, hi, hello to you. Convince the conductor he could handle this. If you are certain I will not hurt him, murmurs the conductor, still buried under the dog. It takes a few moments for the clay man to find his footing. But he soon rises to his feet, the inadvisably big dog cradled like a child. They share a long look before the latter, with great purpose, licks the conductor. Cutest outcome for the dog. Sad to say, Perduance is not in the Reach. It's got Magdalene's. If anything, Perduance is a knockoff Magdalene's. All just kids and chaperones there anyway. Glass or crew cabins? 89% chance. Hey. Or just Secrets and Terror? Items or sovereigns? 100% chance success? Oh right, I forgot that unlike the Reach Marauders that reliably give you gossip, Albion Marauders are all about the hours. Not even reliably, almost exclusively hours. Which isn't too bad for most captains. Hours are kind of a cheap commodity. A little bit better than the crockery, but not too much. But for this ambition, I do need them. Oh, is there a weft here? There is a weft. Good news, Altan. pull into the weft. Which ship is this? This is, as far as I'm concerned, the best locomotive in the game. The Altani class Outrider that you get from the Empyreans themselves. It's got good lateral boost, which as far as I'm concerned, dodging left and right is one of the most important aspects of any locomotive. But it's also got good crew capacity, a decent amount of hull, good storage, all of which can be expended upon. Bury the navigator's friend, but you must be quick. Slide the body out the exterior hatch, into the snarling collision of time. The navigator insists on doing the deed himself. Altan's body hangs for a moment just outside the hatch. Then, his left shoulder is caught by flailing time, and the corpse is drawn away from the engine. The navigator watches his friend be snatched away wherever he is. He is not now. He turns to you. Thank you, Captain. Now, let's find our way out of this tumult. His promise is discharged. He is changed. And is now the stalwart navigator. I'd like to think that since the corpse of Altan has been submitted to a weft of unraveling time, that maybe he comes back to life. There's a wreck somewhere in Albion with a cargo of corpses bound for the mausoleum that did pass through a weft of time and something's going to happen. So there's a possibility that Altan wakes up and has further adventures. How do you acquire such a vessel? For that, you have to go all the way out to the Empyrean. My normal progression of engines is to upgrade from the starter ship to the Petanor in the Reach, make some money. Then in London, I pick up the Agravian class Juggernaut, and that's okay for a while. And the cool thing is, the Outrider and the Juggernaut are the exact same price, so you get to upgrade for free with the trade-in. Hull and Terror lose experience in Sky Stories. Nah. Will lose Hull and Terror. Will lose Hull, gain Terror, Uncanny Specimens, and Munitions. Escaping a moment of crisis. Your engine heaves, throwing you to the floor. A shrill shriek of rending steel. Something is gutting your engine, great claws prizing apart the hull. Is this the past? The future? The gun batteries thunder. Sky-suited crew pepper the breach with small arms fire, as a shape presses hungrily against it. Well, that could be either late in the Martyr King's Cup, or maybe making the Albion Eleutheria relay. So much hull taken. You force your way through the battle to the bridge, ordering an evasive maneuver that casts off your attacker and sends you thundering from the weft. Your engine scars remain, along with the rounds that have been freshly loaded into the guns, and several of your aggressor's talons blasted from into the fray. But didn't lose any crew, that's the important thing. Oh, but Eleutheria is not too bad. As far as I'm concerned, the harder one is Albion. Eleutheria might have a few more monsters in it. Only one of which is really dangerous for me to run away from. But Eleutheria is like lots of big open skies, so it's easy to get around. But Albion, you got like all this angular stuff that makes it difficult to get around smoothly. And it's also got a few more ships that have like tracking weapons. So if you don't know where you're going, you might get pinned in by something that can hit you from across the screen. But it's not too bad. If you do the safe movement of exploring a bit, coming back when it's dangerous, exploring a bit, then you fill out the map, you know how to get places, and it does get a bit easier. So good luck. Glass to Robbery, gemstones for the mausoleum. But I have 0 gemstones, don't I? No gemstones. I do have glass though. 7 more for Lustrum. 5 for Wolbury. Spitalfields, let's take 1 and 1. And repairs. I can't forget repairs this time. On the one hand, it is a shame that the more the map you fill out, the less tension you have. But it is pretty cool for feeling the progression from, like me when I started out. First few days of the game, I would die like 7 times in one morning. And while I do miss those tense moments, I can't deny that that is player progress. And at least, for new areas, the atmosphere does carry it. This game is great on atmosphere. A little bit close. Your captain hasn't died yet, Wayward Python. That's fantastic. Congratulations. Retirement and death are pretty similar in this one compared to C. And not dying is always a good thing. Oh, too shallow. Wolbury is behind this rock. Nearly died a few weeks ago. See, aren't those the exciting moments when you could, but somehow pull yourself out? Zero fuel and 0 supplies and 1 hole of— oh my goodness. That's achievement, isn't it? If you get 0 fuel and supplies, that little crew in that little hole. I think that is, and a difficult achievement at that, so congrats. And 80 terror. At Hybris. Oh my goodness. That's not just an achievement, that's a miracle. Panes of glass for Wolbury. 1,375. And experience. But I'm only 1,500 or so away from max level. Palace Pier. I don't really need anything at Wolbury right now. So out we go to Perduance to lay some eggs and maybe get enough points for the last level up. Over this mountain, then bear left. C was a little bit tricky for me, but it was another case of a little tense when learning the game, and then once you figured it out, all the tension melted away. I don't know why, but in Sunless Sea, it kind of felt small to me, that map. Like, even without the compeller, or whatever the best engine is, it was pretty simple just to go from like one part of the map to the other end. So if I planned accordingly, that there wasn't really much of a concern about getting lost because, you know, things are going to be roughly in this area, that area. And there's usually a few fuel resupply spots. Like Connet, pretty reliable for a fuel resupply. Blood Place down south. Pay the invoice. Hey, more bronzewood. Oh, see. Blew up too close to me. Took my own hole out. Permits. What's gonna work? Teamwork. Oh, I missed. Missed and ruined the timing. Secrets or benefactors? Only 12 gossip. Secrets then. Oh, overshot Purduance again. Anything to... Ooh, Immaculate Souls. And 7 of them. It's already end of game, so I don't need the money. But it's Immaculate Souls. How could I not buy Immaculate Souls? Them and Navartine Gemstones are the best things you could sell. Below Stairs Party. Gossip for a secret. Gossip with the staff. Only down to 13 gossip after all, which isn't much at all. Port report that established the Spider Council here. You wait for the moment when Purduance's glittering debutantes, having finished their perfect day, pass through the parlor to begin it anew. Excited visitors flock to see them. You release your sorrow spider from its bag. It scuttles under a voluminous skirt and accompanies the debutantes into their day's festivities. It is difficult to say how much time passes in Purduance, but when the debutantes emerge again from their mask, you notice that 1 or 2 of them are wearing decorated eye patches. The next time they emerge, it is several of them. The time after that, even more. Apparently, it's quite the craze. Your sorrow spider returns to you, its business complete. Below the stairs, Purduance now scuttles with spiders. They found a bitter servant with nimble fingers, who's prepared to knot them into a council. And that's all I need for here. Nothing else in Albion, right? Mostly had to bury the navigator's friend, do this. Now we're done. More secrets. And more sacrifices. See, now this is just self-defense. They're the ones going red first. I mean, granted, they're only shoot on sight because it killed so many of them, but still, they're the ones that shoot on sight mode. Just a sunbeam. Thought I saw another thin headlamp of yet another monitor. But how is my new navigator? Converse with a stalwart navigator. You should borrow one sometime. The stalwart navigator is currently reading The Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. It helps you focus, to think on something other than the wilderness for a while. So he's fine, enjoying himself, now that his childhood promise is all complete. Which means can truly leave London behind for good. Search. 100% chance success. It says 100% chance success. If this ends up being a partial success, it takes crew. Good. Crockery. Did it not say something of value? Crockery is the opposite of something of value. Whoops, too shallow. Who put this rock here? And there it is, the very last level up. Final facet. Almost the exact same ones, but now I get to be friend of a devil. Which means get to be friends of rubberies, rats, and devils. All segregated to the very end, only because manipulating the reputations to squeeze out different facets. It would be arrogant to say that devils have friends. So what were you? A curiosity, perhaps, an exception? Devils with their ageless eyes and their excellent hats, their fondness for brass and their knowing smiles. Why did you seek out their company? For the power. Nah, for the parties. You were a regular guest at the Brass Embassy. Such opulence, such sophistication, such wit, razors and scalpels. And now that I'm at max level, with the Sovereign Edition, you do get to put in points to boost your skills further. It costs XP and more XP each time, for a max of 10 per. So I could boost my max hearts, for instance, from 57 to 67 base. But it takes ages to max all of them out. But at this point, XP isn't really hard to get. Combat gives a few here and there. But prospects, every prospect completed has a chance to give me bonus XP. Quests, and there are so many quests throughout the skies. Primarily, this is level 20 on one captain. Mostly from doing all the quests available to me. And not even seeking them out, just doing officer quests as they come across. Ambition quests. If I want to do every other one throughout the map, like the Parliament one, or finding Lord Langley, finding Lord Langley's lover, doing stuff with the cultist over at the Abbot Horizon, that's all buttloads of XP in the thousands each time that I haven't even sniffed at with this captain. Never noticed getting XP from prospects. It kind of varies. Some get a few, some give tons of them, others don't. But the more prospects you do, is it just money made? It's experience too, a good source of. And currently holding on to 9 whole bronze wood. My bat wants what? Journal? 6 bronze wood and 5 spare crew to Facefall. Alright, and since going to Eleutheria anyway, then I guess I gotta. I could afford to. Gloomy Middleman, report, and now I get to use smuggling. If I wasn't already in the game. Repairs. Do need repairs. Even if those repairs are for my own damage. The one smart thing Dad ever said, that I am my own worst enemy. You know what, while I'm here, there is a lot that I no longer need. That I could probably see about selling. Permits. Now I'm gonna keep all these. But could sell different things at the Gentleman at Eleutheria or at Titania. For now though. Ooh, for now, big juicy targets. And there was a friend with them. There's a friend. "73% chance success." Or drop terror. Terror is kind of getting high. Destroy the remains. Before it draws others, when others is right here. Cargo. Just get that experiments. Was hoping for souls. Sometimes they have souls. Of course, Python, enjoy the lurk. Oops. Wrong keyboard shortcut. Too few XP. It's alright though. Zaker. You know, I really hope they don't need Bronzewood later on. Because I do intend giving all mine to my bat. So gotta stop by. New Winchester first, pick up 6 Bronzewood. Then it's going to be straight out to Hybris by way of Fate's Fall. Fate's Fall for the Corruptress Order. Hybris to finish off that story. Then Pan. Factory tour, speak with the workers. Gets me Tales of Terror that barely anything uses. Settlers. Who wants to go where? For me to forget about for the rest of the game. To Port Avon. Alright, that's en route. We could do Port Avon. Dreadnoughts, monitors, anybody here to play with? There's something. Permits? Just secrets. Lipskin Field, so just bear left, upper left. Medical emergency. Oh, the settler died already. Throw him out the locomotive. Retreat him to Port Prosper? I'm not gonna be back. Just keep him, study him. More experience, 1 times cadet experiments. Crinoline. Could maybe stop over by Ledbetter's, it's pretty close by. Because I do have lots of research to drop off, and research is good money. I think I'll do just that. Just stop by Ledbetter's, drop stuff off, pick up lots of fuel, then off to Hybris. Bronzewood for Prosper, Souls for Titania, 5 undistinguished souls, too far out of the way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for the Hoarder. Hull's alright, crew's good. Port reports. Only 100? Bah, it's alright. If I want money, that's what all the souls are for. Just Attackities. No attacking the Attackities. Oh, 2 monitors. Fortuitous. More nameplates for Sweet Jane. A free permit. If I'm lucky, there might be more Bronzewood to hew here. There probably won't be. Time is at 1:38. Charge this up. Trying to be better about not keep my laptops plugged in for like a whole year straight. Overcharge of the lithium ion, get it burning on fire on me. The previous one, the battery was straight up bulging through the case. And not that there was a huge crack all the way along the bottom. So yeah, kinda gotta stop doing that. Panes of glass. It pains me not to buy it, but money is kind of getting tight now. 15 and 6 will do. All the fuel to get all the way to Pan Even. Capabilities in Quest. Turn to my research. What have I got? Chorister Bee Wings. An easy 300. Cantankerous Stomachs. 100. 250. Not too bad. Ants from a Homestead. Easy 300. Fungal Crinoline. Almost 4,000. And now I have got to pee, so give me a quick BRB, then off to Pan. 1 second.
Return of the Dragon. Pick it up.
Alright, back to game. Just a heads up, by the way. If I do the Corruptors Hoarders thing at Faith's Fall, we will very likely lose some crew. Which is kind of why he needs crew for it, to sacrifice them. So just a heads up, death is imminent. But if we're lucky, it might be the only death of the game. For the day at least. Because if I recall correctly, he wants Faith's Fall. Then I think he wants some maggoty things in the House of Rods and Chains. And it's been so long since I finished a Hoarder that I forget what comes next. Thanks, Takadi Scouts. Thanks. Just doing me a solid, making sure I don't crash into the hives. Have I spoken on all the topics with the Hoarder so far? Check on him. Mine, out. Ask about the Masters. Tender subject, tragic. Mr. Menagerie. Pity. It sells delicious things. So nothing new yet. God, this Takadi Scout. 5 days in. Is it 5 or 6 now? And I doubt the Marauders are gonna give me any Mangonel this time. Though who knows, with all the Marauders that hang around Kenyon's hand, maybe the dice might roll in my favor with getting one of them to have the Mangonel on them. A reclaimable Mangonel and not a mangled Mangonel. Skiing Skyim. Misplaced Marauder. Loot. No Mangonel, ever. Alright, assist the Corruptors Hoarder with his collection. The Corruptors Hoarder seems generally overjoyed to be here. There is much to be done. The Hoarder hurries a handful of your crew across that monstrous carcass, its instructions giving rhythm to the labor. They build a concert with his directive. They build in concert with his directives, sawing bronzewood, scaffolding the walls. An unlucky number is ordered into the sigil-rotted cavities of the messenger corpse. The gland, bubonic as a citrus fruit left to swell without light, golden-hued when lamp-lit, If you have eyes, you will not miss it, growls a hoarder. Half return. Bedraggled and slick with sweat and mucus, they report that they found the gland the corruptor's hoarder sought. Unfortunately, it was nothing but a worm-eating clot of ossified tissue that they brought home. Almost worthless, raps the hoarder softly. Lost 3 crew. Alright. So, you know the drill. Who has died today? 13 dice, or 13 crew. Lost 13. 2 and 3. 13, 2, and 3. Which crew is that? Sigil. Hordian and Noodles. I was kind of hoping Hordian would make it. 1, because Hordian's cool. 2, because Hordian was picked up in the first year of playing. That just sees Mr. Krabs. Mr. Krabs from the initial crew. And then all the rest are June 1907 and later. Hordian and Draw Dog Noodles. That means all the Draw Dogs are dead now. Well, not Bacon. Bacon's retired. So how to classify this death? Harvesting lands on Fate's Fall. Time of death, 10 July 1907. 10 Jule 1907. Out of 13. How to make this? Well, you know what? I'll edit that later. Could I get this? Not act? Shift? No, that's shifting. Values only? Width only? No? Oh well. Be weird and right aligned. Cool and cool. I know, Robbie. Only one half survived that long. I'm kind of hoping Mr. Krabs survives until the end. I was hoping the same for Hordian too. But, sorry Hordian. Hordian gave it a good go though. That's like, it's 10 July now. He was picked up on the 8th of June. He's made it 2 years. 2 whole years surviving the high wilderness. That is admirable, Hordian. But that does mean I'm 2 crew shy from being able to use my full Steam mode. And that was a bit unfair, Robbie, because I kind of slapped your name in, bereft of names. So you weren't even supposed to be into work and just got voluntold. Them's the dice, isn't it? Bing bong bing. Shore leave to make up for losing 3 crew, hunting for glands. Sample a hybris pus while I'm here. Take the prisoner's honey. This was the humiliated magician's advice. You locate a comfortable armchair in the Brendan and pour yourself a small measure of the honey into a little teacup after you've cleaned it of the mushrooms. The pernickety factor has refused to partake. I'll keep watch. Besides, I don't know where it's been. You dream of a revel in the forest, in a forest, a real forest with trees and vines. Young men and women run through the trees, laughing and dancing, while the servant looks on for the branches. A large woman serves you tea. A straight-backed, officious lady invites you to play cricket. She's a mean batsman. They do not speak of former times. Their voices ring in your ears as you wake. Report your findings to the pernickety factor, or conceal the truth. Be honest, why not? You have found the colonists. The pernickety factor looks up from her tea when you wake. Didn't let it steep long enough, she sighs. Was a magician right? Her eyes widen as you begin your explanation. She sits in silence for a long while we finish. So the colonists made a bargain with the serpents behind the glass. I can't help but wonder if we're... She shakes her head. London looks after its servants. Should you need assistance in the future, I'll put in a word. She intends to remain on Hybris for a little longer yet, and will not be departing with you. And now that quest line is complete. Ah, Robbie, was there excessive binary here? I hadn't noticed. If it's about the characters in the sleep world, I mean, they were the colonists, so they were those people, just younger. Shops, anything here? Just seeds, always just seeds. Like, you get to meet those people earlier on. And pretty much all those characters that were described do relate to, like, the old man that showed you around the village, the old lady that ran the inn. So in this case, it kind of tracks for those characters, like it's not just ambiguous people, but specific ones. But I did get what you mean, or like in general. And usually, Sunless Skies and Feel Better in general is pretty good about being more inclusive. Like the Navigator that we just finished the quest of is a trans man. The Incautious Driver is a they, them, NB. And there are a few other characters throughout the game that are not cis and fall upon the gender spectrums. Supplies, munitions. And I have learned from one of the writers of the game that Burrower. Go away, Burrower. That they had like a sensitivity consultant or something to make sure that things were being portrayed fairly and non-harmfully, which is pretty cool. I had no idea before playing this that we have advanced society such that such positions don't just exist but are used to make sure that the quality of the writing is actually well done. Did you walk from Miles Plus today? Congratulations, Robbie. It's a goodly amount of distance. It's about 2 miles from here to the bus station. So I used to walk 4 miles myself, cumulative throughout the day, and that is sweaty business. So well done. Note to declare. Oh, sorry to hear that though, Robbie. You alright then? I'm assuming if it was bleeding at some point that you're fine now? Well, that at least is good news. While I'm here though, pick a room terminal. Grievers. Grievers with shiny gemstones. I don't see them. I don't hear them. There's a potato. A sleeping, snoring potato. And a friend. I've only got 5. I got 6, need 5. Perhaps not. There's other ways to get inspiration converted. They're all just inspiration? Cheap? Why are they putting out on me? Okay, so who do I need here? Spider Council at the Empyrean or Langley Hall. Empyrean is my friends. Langley Hall is what, to the west? Caduceus, Langley Hall. I'll stop by Pan then. Ooh, right. Gotta speak to my bat. After the failure of the carapace. About other glands? Fate's fall couldn't have been its only chance. The universe is too massive for such small despairs to be true. The Corruptor's Hoarder has gouged its frustrations onto the walls. The marks are an inch deep at least. At your question, it glares and claws a fresh shape onto an unmarked section of his quarters. Another messenger corpse. Its necrosis somehow captured in a few immaculate scratches. The House of Rods and Chains, it growls. If we went there, I'm sure we'll find another gland. If not, I will dig through its necrotizing flesh until agony causes it to fruit another just to make me stop. House of Rods and Chains, Unlicensed Chart, or to Vengeance of Heaven. I have both. And how's he doing? Mine, out. Got it. And I need crew, too. Plenty of food and fuel. But it's such slow traveling, dropping from 150% speed to merely 125%. I mean, look at how much Eleutheria there is to cover. Your first... Oh yeah, you haven't been to Eleutheria yet, have you? Wayward Python. Well, enjoy it. The atmosphere here, I find amazing. It reminds me so much of, like, a post-typhoon feel. As far as I'm concerned, Eleutheria is bar none my favorite region in the game. Always. It's not just always this dark, but there are spots where it's darker. %87% chance success to plunder. And only gain 5 terror from it. But it's got some pretty good regions here, despite the darkness of the dread. Aklis, I could easily see myself living in. Pan wouldn't be too bad if it wasn't for the hour that the Word Eaters were about. Kinda don't want a Bat of Devils to accost me in a dark street and pull my stories out of my head. But it's got the Empyrean. The Empyrean make great neighbors. Gemstones. Gemstones. I hear more of them. Where are they? Grievers? No Grievers? Oh well. Oh, there you are hiding. You, Andrew? Ooh, lots of friends. Vision of Heaven. Failure. Lost another crew! A crewman assists you. Unfortunately, his lamp provokes frenzied palpitation of the Griever's remains, spraying him with ichor. Griever's grief again. Then, once again gets bloody. Who have I lost? Out of my 10 crew, right? 10 to 9. So, 1 roll out of 10. Don't be a 1. 3. Who is crewman number 3? Oh no, Robbie. No, it wasn't Goose. Number 3 is Maverick Mitchell. Sorry, Maverick. Died of fatal Griever grief on the 20th of July, 1907. Can we just retire Goose? I'm afraid I can't. The contract is airtight. Amazon has nothing on it. It's only this time that I'm assigning name to crew, since the conceit of this attempt is that I'm only doing it 1 CC with 1 captain. So the captain's never going to die, but the crew will. So I could have fun with that. He has been here a year, but Hordian's been here for 2 years. So my heart aches just as much, Robbie. And now I really need to pick up more crew. Two with 1 stone. Nah, Robbie. You knew these crew were going to die when you assigned their names to it. That's part of the grief process. I mean, I lost Noodles. How much fun I had playing Noodles and Chicory. And I was proud of that little draw dog. Surviving ever since like 1906 or whatever. Outlasting pizza and bacon. Well, you know, that's simply how it goes. I didn't expect them to die. But Griever juice just spilled everywhere. Those things happen. Did I promise? Wow. My promise had an 80% chance of succeeding, and we ended up taking the 20% chance of failure. Gotta take it up a probability. This is probability's fault. According to the law of large numbers, if I made the same promise like 80,000 times, then the chances are good that he would have lived. Just you also get the 20% odd chance that, you know. A Langolier spills its ichor all over him. Hour of arguments. Get supplies. Souls to Caduceus. Bombazine to the Eagle, that's a good one. I could have changed what the numbers mean. See, I could have, but if I was gonna change what the numbers mean, then Chad would have been alive. We wouldn't be 3 He Knows Dead. Charles, Entertainment Cheese, Mr. Skids, Dewey, Corpse Eater, Robbie. I've already lost good people. I could have cheated to change their fates. Recruit crew. Which one was Hemlock? Was Hemlock also Griever Grief? Hemlock? Swallowed by a Griever. The only one to die being swallowed by a Griever. They lived their life fighting monsters, and so they got swallowed by a monster. Two crew only, so I'm still one short. Don't gotta be too impressed, Python. Normally, the crew made name this for me. It's only for this run that I'm kinda doing it just for fun, and it has proven to be fun. So 2 new crew picked up 22nd of July. 22 July 1907. Oh wait, that's 10 and 11 then. That's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Well, 1 is going to be... I need 2 names. 2 names for 2 new crew. And a 3rd name in queue for when I pick up the Empyrean Rookie. Because there's always Empyrean Rookies to pick up. Name 1 Hordian, but backwards. Alright. Neadro. Nadro? Nadro. So 1 is Nadro. And let's see, bank all this stuff. Requires crew 12 plus, and I'm at 12. At 11. Elgar Fox. Okay. Elgar Fox. Of the 15th cohort. Then let's see, gotta take my bat. Bat goes to the House of Rods and Chains, which is kinda close by the Empyrean. So I go to the Langley Hall first, then from Langley Hall to the Giant Crab, then out. Bombazine. They want 3 Bombazine for the Eagle. And they have fuel and food at Langley Hall, right? Fuel and supplies. Cool. And that's it. Over we go. Back to being so incredibly slow. Guess while that gets going, could add you to... Bam. Updates that a bit. Hey, same hat. Empyrean Outrider. Altani class Outrider. Just different colors. Okay, so who's dead now? Hordian. Update Hordian. Noodles. Sorry, Noodles. Maverick Mitchell. Did I crash? I did crash. Rip. Smooth sailing from here, though. Update the colors. We there yet? Almost. One of these. All fight but no real prize in them. And now it's gone forever. Or not. Well, now it is. Permits? Permits. Almost there. And the thing is, there's no place to pick up crew here. I don't think Atlas has any. Empyrean has the opportunity to recruit crew from rookies who aren't yet old enough to ride the Outriders. But then no other place does. I don't think. Could recruit, what are they, the Hermits? If a Hermit pops up anywhere, they could be force press ganged into service. That could be fun. Make one of them into a hermit, name him, and then see where his career takes him. Alright, last Sorrow Spider Egg. I gotta stay a while to establish the Spider Council. Hang coat and hat to tarry for a bit. Then establish the Spider Council. The sprawling, labyrinthian passages of Langley Hall will be perfect for a council to squirrel itself away in. Within a day or two, it becomes clear to the residents of Langley Hall that the house has a new resident whose interest veer enthusiastically towards the ocular larceny. They form roving gangs of hunters, armed with pokers, but the hall is so vast they have no chance of rooting out the infestation. Your spider returns 10 days later, looking sheepish. Did it get lost? It will not answer, but leads you to a hitherto undiscovered garret where young sorrow spiders spin cozy webs between plush armchairs. You set to work, knitting them into a fledgling spider council. And that's all the spider councils. So now all I gotta do is return back, right? Return back to the White Well, and then enact phase 2 of the plan. Bazaar's got more bombazine. Cloakroom. Food is fine. But it's gonna be a slow crawl all the way across Eleutheria. And even if I go back to Pan first, it has to be like 15 days between opportunities to pick up crew. You have established spider councils in the Reach, Eleutheria, and Albion. In time, they will multiply and grow, and found further spider councils in other ports. They will be the spider set its eyes, and the instruments of its will. At the heart of each council is the Sorrow Spider, imbued with a precise set of instructions with the Senate. They have much to do. Proceed with the next part of the plan. This is only the beginning. Your scheme will be centuries in hatching. Although your own role is most vital in those. Your own role is most vital in these early stages. In addition to their duties as your eyes and agents, the Spider Councils have begun work concocting remarkable venom. Each council will contribute one element to the compound. It will be a generational work of noxious alchemy, a symphony of poisons. But for now, you must make for the Blue Kingdom and the Toll Tower at Sky Barnet to make deals with devils, because every trap requires bait. And while I'm here, 57, 66. Can afford hearts, mirrors, get more hearts. Beware of dowsers. Oh, there's one. Nameplate. 90% chance. Where am I? Wolf's Mints. Where's Wolf's Mints? Oh, going too high up, I think. It's alright, though. Either way, this area's all clustered with islands. And Piranesi doesn't sell a thing, so no point stopping by right now. The good news is, though, that with so few crew, supplies aren't as much of a worry. Ooh, Senior Scrivener. Let me get some heat back. Bronzewood, experience and inspiration or visions, knowledge. Exchange knowledge for a Searing Enigma. Need 7, have 8. Alright. Could always get more. And enigmas are kind of rare. How's my fuel efficiency? 0.77. It's alright, just like real life. Rich enough that I don't really care about my carbon output. Well, not for me, but for like the rich. Who needs fuel efficiency when you just buy more fossil fuels? Several times per day. Almost there. Over halfway. Crockery. Are we there yet? Almost. Almost officially in crab territory. Passed by the halved how many times? And only now it's officially discovered. What's that? There's a thing. Oh, that's nothing. That's just particles. Thought those particle bits were some new engine or monster or something that I hadn't seen or forgotten. Oh, there's a monster that I don't want to fight. Apparently could also pry Namertine gemstones out of undeparted eyes. But can't be bothered fighting undeparteds. 80% chance success. No, you fooled me once already. Namertine gemstones are nothing. I hear more undeparted. No, just Grievous. Not a single one wants me to scrape out gemstones from its teeth. Alright, Corruptress Hoarder, this isn't going to be more crew loss, is it? Because I'm kind of running a little bit low. Locate the gland desired by the Corruptress Hoarder. You could do it yourself, or you could seek assistance. Persuade a rubbery man to take you to the gland. It only costs 2 visions of heaven. You have rumors of Axil to trade for directions. Surely this will tempt one of the rubbery men. Your guide is an emaciated figure, badly contained in its rags, tentacles pocked with scars. It is piteously eager to be of service. The path it chooses is convoluted and wetly brilliant. Hours into the descent, you find the gland, livid with parasites, gleaming verdigris in the light. You give the rubbery man his prize, and its broken-hearted crooning accompanies the next part of your labor. There is the gland that the Corruptress Hoarder has sought. Pustulent, tumorous with parasites, both disc-shaped and filament thin. Blue gold where the light oils along its membrane. Here it is, cries the Corruptress Hoarder, rapturous. Extract the gland. The Corruptress Hoarder flings itself at the gland, screeching at the parasites. with such volume that some tumble from the organs, concussed by the assault. As you watch, it tears at the infestation and then at the gland itself, gouging through tissue matter, until at last a black fluid leaks. Kill the parasites and gather them too. Those glandular secretions are mine. How dare they drink it? Take them and drain them too, it barks excitedly. I have to prepare. You finish. I am going. The Corruptor's Hoarder absconds with a palmful of the pulped meat, leaving you and the crew to harvest what remains. Lament of London. For mysteries, 23 total mysteries. Then back to the carapace. More munitions. Then off to the Empyrean. Empyrean for at least one more crew. And how's the Hoarder now? Hoarder? Investigate the Hoarder's work. The Corruptor's Hoarder has cloistered itself within its room since you delivered the fluids. Peculiar scents, wildflowers, bathed, and brined in bile, radiate from the door. Augurs of its labors, perhaps. You should check in on it. You find the Corruptor's Hoarder darting between stations, each of them set with glassware like something made by a deranged glass blower, and filled with nacreous reagents. I tried once to hold immortality in a bottle, the cider, but it wasn't the same. My customers were convinced, but I knew the truth. You can't just drink eternity. It goes away, you see. But this is different. I got the idea from an associate of mine. They like spices. I thought, what if? The Corruptor's Hoarder jabs a finger at the ceiling. What if? And then I thought, why not? Those massive eyes turned again to you, brilliant as filigreed eternities. Will you be my first test subject? Sure, why not? You took to the high waters for adventure, or at least rare and irreplaceable experiences. The Corruptor's Hoarder is ecstatic with their decision. Its speech degenerates into piercing, albeit rhythmic shrieking. The experiments can begin when you are ready. Then let's. You are prepared, or at least as prepared as anyone can be. The Corruptor's Hoarder is careful, even compassionate in his handling of your person, almost like you were a cornerstone of its collection. Come on, it leads you aside, away to the things it has planned. Every experiment requires a subject, a scientist, a series of steps performed in a precise order. What comes after this? Hopefully, the Corruptor's Hoarder knows what it's doing. First, it will have you strip. The Hoarder treats you like a canvas, like a haunch of meat, to be prepared for a royal feast. Your nakedness of less interest to the Hoarder than its palette of reagents. You are meticulously salted, rubbed down with granules of something that smells richly of black earth and batholipids. Your skin begins to pull from muscle, tugging, straining, tight as an unwanted carapace. Just as a sensation becomes too much, the Corruptor's Hoarder plunges you into a decoction made from the gland of the messenger corpse and its pulped parasites. Hold your breath. Almost, trills the Corruptor's Hoarder excitedly. When it judges you adequately marinated, the Corruptor's Hoarder migrates you to a box too small for you to do anything but lie curled embryotically. Inside, there is neither light nor gradation of time, only a mute nothing, perfect, perpetual. Here you rest, steeping in sweet smoke. A century, or a caught breath later, you are rescued and unfolded. You are desiccated, your flesh is hotchered, and you can only taste salt. And something is gone, some recent memory, some new knowledge. It is impossible to tell what. All you know is that it is missing. A cavity that once held something of importance, like a hole where a tooth might have resided. This was likely not as planned. Not a success. Lost, oh no, lost the whole 250 experience. Let the Hoarder make amends. Ever since you took part in its experiments, the Corruptress Hoarder haunts you forlorn, endlessly murmuring of its failures. If you're ever to have peace again, you'll need to distract it. It'll go away like everything, it melts away. It traces the longitude between your wrist and the spoke of your elbow. It touches ethereally light. Its touch ethereally light. The Corruptress Hoarder's ears droop. You will continue. But what is the word I should say? Repentance. I am very sorry. A gift will follow. Regardless of your answer, you find a firkin of red honey balanced against the door to your cabin the next day. We could keep it for trade, but we don't have any trade options for red honey. So, might as well use it on ourselves. Better to inhabit a dream while your mind fills with the agony of transformation. As the red honey fills you, your mind clouds with images you do not recognize, a life, a place, a pleasant existence, entirely not your own. Someone holds a child pressed to their breast, smiling down onto the tow-headed babe. Their thoughts crowd your mouth, your head, a name, a hope, a lifetime of waiting, wanting, wishing, made real in this delicate creature, once hers, but now yours, and only yours. You awake soon after on your engine, stolen grief caulking your throat. So Hoarder, is the next step up? Encourage the Corruptress Hoarder to sharing the next steps. It will not cease muttering a scholastic rapidity, pacing to and fro. I require something eternal. It swats at the clergy of vials, sending them crashing onto the floor. Something that lasts, not like these reagents, which age and sour and fade. I need to make a culture from one that is loved voraciously, loved in a fashion that even time and death cannot dilute. Light blooms in the Corruptress Hoarder's gaze, ravenous as kings. And whose eternal love is better than Queen Victoria's? Oh yes, she built such a beautiful tomb for hers. I want a piece of her beloved, the consort, something to cook and simmer and distill into precious oils. Take me to the most serene mausoleum in Albion. Alright. Albion is kind of out of the way. Hey, Crab Boy. Albion is a bit out of the way, but I'm going to get full steam back. And it's only 2:36. So we could have time for both completing Albion, completing the Corruptress Hoarder, and finishing up this 1cc. Because this 1cc is pretty much almost done. Oh wait, I keep forgetting to update the death counter for the new deaths. It was what, 25, then lost 3, then 4? So that should be 29, right? 29 deaths? 29 deaths. Did I name a character Nidro? I think that was Robbie's recommendation? Who said Hoardian backwards? Yeah, that was Robbie. Name one of them Hoardian, but backwards. Eleutherian Mystery, Chart and more. Mistress Fathom is offering a charity of sorts. A measured charity. Oh, that's a rarity. Normally they offer gifts, not charity. Is it really charity, though? They're pretty clear. Gain an Eleutherian mystery, a chart, and a little more. You are blind. It will be happy. It will help you to see. Alright. You have made a deal with the measurers. How splendid, declares Mistress Fathom. Something you need, in exchange for something that I may one day want. Oh, it is a deal. That's not charity at all. It disappears behind the crossroad post, leaving no trace. You return to your locomotive, and in your cabin is a small mahogany box wrapped in silks. Inside is a map of uncharted territories ready to be exploited. Xanthus moon coming up. Discontent. Alright, recover the body, transport it for burial. Been bouncing up and down from Nightmares 2. Nightmares level 2. And the Xanthus moon is right there to reduce my terrors even more. But that's okay, Nightmares are very safe in this game. When I played this last year, I tried to see what happens at Nightmares 4. And what happens at Nightmares 4 is that your nightmares advance to the fourth part of the Nightmare story. And then you're at the threshold. If you get one more after that, then bad things happen. But just getting to 4, perfectly safe. A little bit closer. Come on, Eagles Empyrean. Is that a Dowser? Nope, it's got headlamps on. So, Crabboy, give me a name. Going to need at least one name when I pick up Empyrean recruits. Or if anybody wants to give a name out. And in we go. Boom. Bespectacled official. Plaques for money. Plaques for money. Khan currently wants Aklis. Haven't been to Aklis this trip. To the Empyrean. Slight locomotive repair. Outrider prepares for launch. Recruit Empyrean youths for my crew. Only chosen hands get to fly the Outriders. A tour of duty will help their chances. They say that. I gained 2 crew. 13 crew now. They say that, well, you know what? I actually do have Empyrean rookies that have survived. From the 5th of October. So almost a whole year. Have any Empyrean rookies died so far? Only one has, only Adam. And this is 13 August 1907. Who have we got here? Anonymous Giraffe. Two names needed now. I do need names, Robbie. Just a couple. For a couple of Empyrean rookies. 2 assignments done, Crabboy. Fantastic job, well done. And it's not even Friday yet. Finished 2 days ahead of schedule. True academic experience. But I got my crew. Got my repairs in. Glad to see, Crabboy, that you're finally taking time management seriously. Now for me to refigure out how exactly to do time management. Evening in the Ovu. Briefly Without Terror, shops, Bombazine for the Empyrean. And more Bombazine for sale, oh my goodness. I've got so much Bombazine. I think I'll hold off for now. And by hold off, I'm gonna buy it. Oh no, Robbie, are you sure? You want me to put Stuart Applegate as one of them? Alright, Stuart it is. Stuart Applegate. And Viper Metcalf. Metcalf or Claff? Calf. Alright. New cohort, who's this? Shouldn't be any more deaths though, so these ones should be safe. Ah, sorry Crabboy, Robbie beat you to it. If I pick up more crew, then Gateward Stapple will be in the queue. Gateward Stapple. Okay, then just gonna need... Well, now I do need some food in me for 13 crew. Then back to the Reach. Well, if you're sure, Robbie. If you're sure, then alright. There should be no more reason to come to Pan now, so... There won't be any Griever Guts to spit on anybody. I'm honestly surprised a bit that the Grievers have been responsible for as many deaths they have been. Given that they are one of the easier enemies, the dice are the real monsters. Fuel efficiency 0.74. Maybe I should have bought more fuel. I'll be fine though. 8 fuel with full speed to get from Hybris to New Winchester. It's mostly because I'm carrying all this junk on me. 12 pieces of cargo and all that weight break in fuel efficiency. Maybe you could convert this into fuel. Fuel? No. No fuel option. Just stones, food, or destroy the remains to be without terror. Though I could also harvest Hybris. I was saving that for a rainy day. You only get to harvest Hybris once per captain. And that's it. Then there's nothing left on Hybris for you. Anytime, anywhen. And since I don't see myself coming back too, then might as well. Scavenge the abandoned settlement for fuel and supplies. 3 fuel. Cool. 2 bits of terror, so shore leave. Join the crew singing. Without terror again. Seeds. Seeds eternal. The Gabrielle. Signal the wreck. There you go. Another crew rescue. 1 more crew on the 18th of August. Oops, no. Copy. Not cut. This one is going to be, well, what was it? What was Crabboy's name? Gatewort Stapple. Is it just me, or is that Stuart Applegate mixed up? 18th August. Rescued from a wreck. Too dark blue. There we go. Which means another mouth to feed. Most Serene Mausoleum is going to be easy. Since Port Prosper, the transit relay exits right at Brabazon, and Brabazon for this map is like right next to the Serene Mausoleum. I could probably just go all the way through. We're gonna stop by New Winchester first, drop some stuff off. Maybe sell a few more things the next time we're at the Charming Princess. A disturbance of the night. You wake suddenly. Your candles have burned low and your eyes are so heavy with sleep. You are alone in your cabin. The winds of the wilderness howl outside. You can feel the motion of the engine below you. Something isn't right. A noise in the galley. You can hear voices, and the scent of bacon is mouth-watering. You creep through the dark carriage of your engine, following the smell of sizzling meat. The galley door is open, and light washes out from inside. Peering in. You spy half a dozen of your crew setting up a midnight feast, replete with blankets, wine, and costumes. They raise their mugs in a toast to Lord Langley. A signaler spies as he lowers your glass. As he lowers your glass. Captain. Captain's here. Join them for morale or put a stop to their feast. Oh no, that's right. But Bacon lived, didn't they? I think Bacon lived. Yeah, Bacon's alright. Bacon lived. They just mangled their hands and had to retire. Unless they save scraps of Bacon's fingers. This should be safe. This should be perfectly kosher. Join the feast. It'll be good for morale, if not your waistline. Shocked faces turn to delight. Space is made for you out of the blankets. Space is made for you on the blanket, and wine poured into a much battered mug. A toast is made in your honor. You only leave the galley after many hours, having had your fill of food and conversation. And besides, this confirms a canon that we actually do have meat on board. Every other time, it talks about the fungal crackers that you have to eat. So we have real food, not just fungal crackers. Apparently, that event was related to having spent too much time in Langley Hall. Your mind and the crew's mind gets drawn back to it. There's another event that wastes fuel instead of food. It's just your crew roasting marshmallows in a barrel of your fuel supply. You could choose to ignore them, let them have their fun. You could choose to stop it because fuel is fuel. And if you choose to join them, they're like, oh yeah, we knew you were there the whole time. You're not exactly very subtle, Captain, but come and join us, have a marshmallow. Oh, tea's gone. Victory Hall, port reports, should be what, 200? 200 sovereigns. Giving me 3,200. It's alright. How many prospects do I have? Just a 2? Lustrum and gemstones for Death's Door. Souls for Prosper. Titanian Poets. How many? 3 consignments of souls? That's not much at all. That's like nothing. Fuel efficiency is back. 0.94. Alright, this will be enough to get me 2 prosper, then could refuel there. The things I do for my baddie lover. Invoice. Alright, scraps of ancient knowledge. No, pain coin. Price of clarity? Of charity. A sound of chittering fills your cabins. From the shadows near the door steps a familiar silhouette. Mistress Fathom has come to collect what it deems you woe. But Miss Fathom said it was charity. That's not fair. Beg them to... Ooh, I could pay the amaranthine price, which costs crockery, tea, and crew. Chrysanthemum price requires 7 visions of heaven. But I'm too short. If I refuse to pay the price demanded, bad things happen. But I do have the Waste Waif's attention. See, the burrower below is a jerk, but the Waste Waif, fantastic. Beg them to release you in the waif's name. Unkind winds sometimes blow in the captain's favor. You call to the name of the Waste Waif. At a sudden howl of wind rocks the locomotive. Lights flicker, and when they return, Mistress Fathom has gone. So has a weight on your shoulders you were not aware you were carrying. You are free of your debt now, but the waif's mercy is capricious, and its attention is moved on. Also, is it just me, or does New Winchester get lots of fungal crinolines now? Used to be, for me, those are something of a rarity. And now they're always popping up. 11 moments of inspiration, dang. Aforementioned Marauder. But what am I, the Sky Police? The Tacadies could take care of those Marauders for me. And judging by the gown shot, they already are. Okay, does he want anything at the mausoleum? Just go to. No prerequisite, no supplies needed. Though probably should have asked that before flying out. "13 nameplates. Maybe I should go for benefactors now, and then sell them with the charming princess. Because they're easy enough to farm. Settlers, any more settlers? Eager for adventure? For a tiny bit of extra scratch? To Traitor's Wood. Okay, we're never going to Traitor's Wood. So that passenger is going to stay with us eternally. See? Experience for prospects. Oh, they were selling souls here even. It's just undistinguished souls. I can get those over at Port Avon. Present to customs, nothing to declare. Don't have to declare red honey if I've eaten said red honey. Anonymous Nyan Cat. I haven't seen that one before. Alright, so going to straight shot southeast, Serene Mausoleum. Only enemy now is time. Which, speaking of, I haven't got to complete the Corruptus Hortus questline. Just gotta be nice to him. Like the Clay Conductor, probably not gonna finish because I haven't even started him and his takes forever. All the way into restarting the Forge of Souls. The Fatalistic Signalman, just haven't found him at all. And the Vagabond, failed the Vagabonds, got him killed. So it's not like I'm already on track to finishing all the officers. Since it's already impossible. Graves? Graves. Is that Graves? Whoops, too early. Where'd the Dreadnought go? Dread not too far away. Oh, that's a fantastic miss. Well done, me. Three fuel or treasures? Always treasures. Though coulda, probably should have gone for the fuel instead. Permits are okay, but got so many of them. Books, fuel, to make my way back. Then take my bat. Enter the yacht? Nah. Meeting with the retired devil. What's this for? Oh, is this for devils to find and bring to the World of the Wolf? That is one thing you can do. You can find devils here in Carillon, over in Wolbury. Escort them to the Will of the Wolf, and each time you do, you can translate more of the will dances. %76% chance to arrange more than a private viewing, or guaranteed with my cryptic benefactors. What if I fail? Corruptus Hortus will not risk the presence of the cheery registrar or her minions, not with what he intends to do. Success. A few well-architectured lies, some raw confidence. It is all that is required. The cheery registrar presents no argument as she scans the permits you submit her. Ministry business, you insist, while the Corruptus Hortus glowers from behind you. They know they need to tell us these things sooner, says the cheery registrar, her smile both luminous and lifeless. But go on, go inside. The dust in the air sit heavy as grief upon your tongue. Inside the tomb, you see the prince consort upon his altar. As you move deeper, he lets out a labored moan. There is a figure beside him, an impossible, improbable silhouette. Is that her renewed majesty? At first glance it seems true, but there is something not quite right about the shadows of her face. Something younger, more waxen. Well then. That, plus we met the Queen. She probably wouldn't be casual with us right now. Given the nature of the tomb, it is not unpleasantly appointed. The Prince Consort lolls on a bed of velvet cushions, bejeweled and foul against the white marble of his altar. Besides him, an expressionless woman of startling familiar countenance. This is either Queen Victoria herself or a remarkable doppelganger. Speak with her, this false Victoria. It is her manner, rather than an error in her appearance, that reveals the false Victoria's a counterfeit. She's too languorous, too humble to be a monarch. A visitor for us. What a rare ecstasy. Her marble complexion fissures into a smile. The words honeyed with despair. The false Victoria rises and leads you to a side room. It is sparsely appointed. A cot, a small larder filled with dried blooms and desiccated fruits, nothing else. It has been a long time since there was anyone but her. She watches you, blinking, a slight tilt to her coroneted skull. Take tea with? Why not? The false Victoria serves you a tea as sweet as marmalade, as black as regret. Isn't this nice, she purrs, setting back onto the cot with a starched rustle of organza. I have missed the idea of friends. I had them, you know. Before her renewed majesty requested I take her likeness and her place by Albert's side. The stately homunculus raises an alabaster hand, studies the joints dispassionately. I wonder sometimes if there's any of me left. Some days I wake up and I forget if I were ever alive before this tomb. There is nothing left of me. There is nothing of mine here, nothing at all. Ah, but what if? Satisfy mutual interests? Won't be able to take the flesh of the Prince Consort, and will have to leave the tomb, but what if? The corruptest hoarder wanted a piece of someone who has endured immortal love. If she loves the Prince Consort as much as the real Victoria does, perhaps it needn't be Albert's flesh you take. You venture an audacious proposition. The false Victoria could have something of her own, something uniquely hers, even within the purgatory in which she is sepulchred. All she needs to do is to provide a curl of flesh from her ear. You want a piece of my ear, repeats the false Victoria, rubbing a thumb over the nub of bone studding her right wrist. You nod. It is a small, simple thing, but the scar it would leave behind would be hers and hers alone. Yes, her eyes find yours, not the sharp blue of the real Victoria's, but a deeper hue, a blue so dark it verges upon an abyssal black. Yes, do it. It is so simple in the end. A cut, a shivering breath. The flesh of one, an eternal love. Cool. Nothing else to do here. Toodles. Do as you will. Make a swift escape. As you leave, the Prince Consort gropes for false Victoria's hand. She lets out a sigh, soft and small and sad. If I had more money. You know what? I had money. I've lost how many crews so far? A ton. 29. If I were to inter every last piece of crew, where's the interred option? Not for my aunt. That'll be a guaranteed 2,900. Knave. Deathless. Do I not have the opportunity to inter my crew anymore? Have I simply lost so much crew? that there's no point keeping track anymore. Unfinished business, do we? Nah, nothing here. Oh well. Guess my crew don't get a funeral. Okay, Hoarder, you got your fleshy bits. Is that it? Allow it to express its gratitude after what it has demanded of you. The experimentation and the acquisition of flesh and fluids. The smells it inflicted on your locomotive. It is only right for it to show appreciation. You enter the Corruptor's Hoarder's cabin to discover the space transformed, chandeliered by strings of blister glow crystal. The floor is a labyrinth of cushions, tasseled and richly damasked. But all this is undeserving of comment compared to the spread that the Corruptor's Hoarder prepared. Unctuous meats, roasted and smoked and confited just so. Delicate stews, profane desserts, the most ribald of cocktails. Your host spared no expense, allowing no decorum. You eat and indulge while the Corruptor's Hoarder whispers quietly of stories that seem almost true. And then, when you are drowsy with pleasure, it touches a shy hand to your knee. You are pleased, yes, it asks? I wish to show more, do more, please more. Yes? Is it proposing an exchange of intimacies? Why not? Indulge in an assignation with the Hoarder. And a giant space bat is offering love. How could you possibly say no? Experimentation is what provides life its flavor. This will at least be an instructive memory. Or cribbage. The Corruptor's Hoarder, you discover, possesses an exceptionally acrobatic tongue. Its length and its prehensivity, coupled with her bedmate's fascination with her physique, make for transcendent explorations. True to character, the Corruptor's Hoarder is voracious. What surprises how eager it is to supply pleasure, how excited it is to savor and tease until exhaustion claims you from its attentions. Corruptor's Hoarder took great pains to cause immense pleasure. Hey, Wither, just in time. Does it need more components for its quest? Does it, or are we done? No, it is ready. The texture of its scrutiny has changed. No longer are you a curiosity or captain. Instead, it regards you as it might an item from its collection, ready at precious last. And it's you, all you, to thank for this. I won't forget this, and you'll be glad that I will not. The Corruptor's Hoarder's voice plunges low, velveted with urgency. To fate's fall again! Alright. It's only 3:16 in the PM. The reach isn't too big. Fate's fall one more time to see what he wants. No materials, right? Just Fate's fall? Just to return to Fate's fall. Then complete the Corruptor's Hoarder. And then complete the Truth. Money is a little bit tight. I'm going to consider 3,000 to be tight. But that should be okay, because plenty of excess stuff to sell. Like more Immaculate Souls that I know what to do with. I think the ants have finally learned the lesson and have ceased to attack my coconut juice. WoW has a pet. Is this the same badly written heel turn thing that nearly drove you out of the game with her. They've actually backtracked onto it. Or backtracked on it. Honestly, I'm surprised. Would have expected that to be one of those things that they, like, bake into the game. And just leave as is. Cargo or charts? Cargo. Got a chart anyway. Decide us off on the story. And is that the part then that they backed away from? The, oh no, they are just evil now. Ooh, look at that. Eating chickens and children. Ah, giving her a last minute back to the good guys thing. I suppose they're trying, huh? I mean, ultimately it is Warcraft. Report. Still just souls. One more food. 13? 15. 15 fuel. To get me 2 Fates Fallen back. And if I see monitors or dreadnoughts en route, oh well. I shall permit them to live this once. Well, Wither, you know how it is. Writers trying to write brilliant strategic geniuses do have to be locked in to the writers themselves. I can imagine it must be really difficult writing somebody with more expertise and intelligence than yourself. I know I'd have difficulty. Like Stephen Moffat really wants to make incredibly clever writers, or characters I mean. And so his way of getting around that is just have everyone say, oh wow, isn't the Doctor, isn't Sherlock really, really clever a billion times until you start to believe it. Are these Tackities gonna let me squeeze through? Thank you, Tackity Scouts. That at least makes sense. MMO characters being competent grunt dudes. Sent out, do quests, do errands. That's pretty much the game's tempo. So that tracks. Bye, poor Davon. To think, that's what the Corruptus Warders quest started the first time? The Whispers, what is it? Herbs is something cider? Harpsichord cider? Big world-saving thing is always difficult because players always expect more after that. If you are somebody who saved the world with the power of these artifacts, how do you go back to hunt me 5 goldfish and bring me their teeth? Over this rock, then back east. There's a rock in question. The big, super strong, famous heroes that saved the world with huge abs. Out to collect 15 pieces of lumber and 2 bundles of thread. Yeah, exactly. 47 bear scrotums. Excellent use of the fame and expertise of world-saving heroes. Though who knows? I mean, it's not without precedent that the heroes of the Republic or whatever would take up a life of farming and humility after the service is done. It's the economy, man. Even world-saving heroes have to take on side gigs hunting bear scrotums. That was what, 316 that I was in the Most Serene Mausoleum? And 324 now? So 8 minutes going full steam, where that would take like half an hour or 45 minutes without. Watch as the Corruptus Hoarder completes its task. Endings are holy. Best be silent as this one unwraps. A command table to send dudes to secure resources, and that's pretty cool. I don't know too many games that have tried that, but I think I know a few that have. But it kind of makes sense, doesn't it? There comes a point in several games where you aren't just a little lowly grunt from day 1, hour 1, but have power and authority. So why not send people out to do stuff? The Corruptus Hoarder leads you into the smokehouse, a lightless place stained with salt and smoke. One day the universe will be just like this again, it whispers. Eager, a curve of shape and claw against the void. Like us masters, the universe is not eternal. The black peels away as a hoarder lights its lamp. It then places its prize, the mausoleum, into a vat of clear oils, and you both watch as the oil bleeds from contact, and the room becomes mummified with smoke. Yes, it works now. It will work now, or the cosmos will regret failing me. And it will be better than love, don't you think? Better than anything. I will be eternal as my collection, its best specimen, its warden forever. Ready to mixture? Now is the testing. You have duties as a captain. You move closer. The Corruptus Hoarder gazes down upon you, taller than ever, raptorial in its pose. It blinks at you. There are galaxies that lambent gaze, universes lonely and alien. Warn you from its goal? You recall what happened in certain experimentations. You cannot bear to see it hurt. Nah, good luck. We're just here to witness. Good fortune. Bon voyage. The Corruptus Hoarder draws itself tall, wings unfurled, and for a moment it is magnificent, a thing fit to hunt among the stars. My collection shall be unmatched. I myself shall be its centerpiece. I will stand as proof of what eternity can bring, endless potential to grow what one desires. He seems uneasy. Propinquity with the curator, 4. I need 3. It rests a hand on its belly, working one-handed as it prepares the necessary ingredients. The Corruptus Hoarder salts itself, bathes itself in a decoction black as lacquer. The mixture tints its fur with bichromatic shadows, reds and indigo, as though the meat and vein of a heart. As you watch, the hoarder seems to first shrivel and then swell outwards, the consistency of its skin altering with every step. The moisture leaches from its hide, bleeds black and dripping rivulets from its fur. Shivering, the Corruptor's Hoarder hunches into its wings and begins staggering forward, away to end its story, to the end of its story. But a temporary farewell has one final thing it must do: enter a small casket within the smokehouse. Though it seems too large to fit, the Corruptor's Hoarder enters the lightless box without effort, improbably folding itself into the container. Hours pass. You leave, return, trade vigil with one of your crew members. Yet still there is no sign of the Corruptor's Hoarder. But then 3 days later, a chorus of noises erupt. Cries that can almost be mistaken for the squalling of newborns. The Corruptor's Hoarder unfurls to the box, and for a second, it almost looks infested, its pelt riddled with small and curious eyes. Then, the moment passes, and you two are alone again. I was so close, but they would not leave me alone. They would not cease screaming. They insisted on being born. Rage sharpens its voice. Quickly as it comes, the furry molders, rotting to rueful wonder. But who knows, they could be useful. There is always time to try again in several decades. Hoarder's journey complete. And we're mommies now. The multiplicitous Hoarder will serve as my officer. And away I go from here. So what have I missed out on? Not a great mechanic, but a nod to status. I don't know. There are so many times that I think that these guys, whoever these guys is, just need to rewind back to something older. But they never do they? And all of it just a dream after all. Is it common enough, like, fan theory for everything? But when it was all just a nightmare actually happens in canon, nobody likes it. I can't think of many examples where that was actually pulled off successfully and people loved it. It's kind of the go-to joke. Oh, it turns out it was all a dream after all. Then nothing matters, the player's efforts wasted is how they feel. I mean, it is a fantasy world, so there could be justification for it being a dream. It's not like they all just wake up, right? So maybe weirder things have happened in Warcraft. How is my multiplicitous Hoarder? 10 mirrors. Just for a second, burnished by the candlelight, you see an entire constellation of small eyes blinking at you from the multiplicitous Hoarder's fur. A corona of amber gazes, gleaming like a necklace around its throat. Then they vanish, squirming back into the Hoarder's fur. The multiplicitous Hoarder bobs its head at you. If you don't need me, Captain, they do. It doesn't explain who they might be, only ushers you from the cabin. They are your babies, Madam Gwyn. You know, despite having 67 mirrors, she's a bit dense about that. I suppose it is true enough. I didn't consider whether that the dream world or the nightmare world could be an actual thing the players can visit, separate from the real. That does kind of make it more tangible. And players might just find that cool. Victory Hall first. If I can remember which way thrusters go. Victory Hall, port reports 200, 100. Totally worth the trip. Now the only officers I have not completed is a clay conductor, because a clay conductor is his own whole epic. His own whole epic. Fatalistic Siddleman, because I never found him. And the Vagabond, because he dead. Souls for Prosper again. Prosper is done. I'm done with all this. Let's go, crew. If I'm lucky, then I already have all the materials I need. If I'm not, might take a small bit of farming. But this is basically the end right here, so there better not be anything else left. You had thunder. Ah, lucky Wither. In times before the climate emergency got away from us, the one thing I would enjoy about heat spells is a guaranteed storms right afterwards. That's exactly how I felt. Heat, awful. Rains and storms and gray skies right afterwards, blissful. Heaven, almost worth the heat. Been lucky, because it actually rained a bit here too. Like just a little bit of rain in the mornings, and gray skies for days. Of course, a little tiny bit of rain isn't going to end our mega drought, but still, some salvation. If I played my cards right, then that is the last hop I should take. Once devils ruled, now only bureaucracy. Does that apply to the Sky of Arnett, or do they mean? I guess they would mean for the Blue Kingdom in general, huh? Because the devils did used to serve here, until they rebelled. The repentant devil was part of that. Immaculate Souls. Oh, that's good. That's good, because I got Immaculate Souls. The white one is just right over there if I need more money. Okay, what do we need? For the heart of the web. Your scheme with the spider said it necessitates a base of operations. An indulgence from the sun's daughter at death's door. It can undoubtedly manage another century or two. What's more, the lower levels of this whole tower are occupied by devils, and the next part of your plan will require their expertise on matters of time and soul. Well, if I'm gonna go around, because to even see the sun's daughter, I gotta get yoked, right? I gotta get yoked first. Which means I gotta go back to the Lamentation of Mists, which means I gotta pee before I do this. So give me a second, and then we'll finish this off. So BRB.
Return of the Dragon. Pick it up.
Precious relief. Alright, so 10 Immaculate Souls.
One with the dragon.
Indulgence may or may not be easy enough. Do I have 10 souls? I have 25 souls. So I could afford to sell some. Was it 5 or 7? Titanian Poets, Death's Door, Lustre of Minds can do without me. So it's 5? 5 souls? Cool. Alright, and I forget exactly what I need to get an indulgence. Yoked first. Yoked first, so gotta go. Is there a way through here? There should be. So, Stoneface Court, sell some souls, then down to Forge of Souls? Or maybe Forge of Souls first. Because I should still have... You see, this is why I didn't use up that one scrap of ancient knowledge. Just in case I had to go back to the Lamentation of the Mists. But if I'm lucky, the hitherto unclaimed indulgence should be the only thing I don't have that I need. Then should be smooth sailing. Not gonna bump into me. Logos of the perfection, perfect enough to know when to move aside. Now that is an advanced, fail better AI. Lyceum. Wow. Enter Lyceum. I'm ephemera. I'm allowed to. Port report. Audience with the Lamentation of Mists. My final scrap of ancient knowledge. All I can do is get yoked. Beseech the Lamentation to yoke you to the Lyceum. But first I must prove myself a good termite. Could I be of service? Recover a casket of sapphire from the Lyceum? Offer hours instead. Oh, that would make it easier. Gain a testament to salt. I got one already, right? Surety, change your mind. I've already got one testament, so... Complete my task. 2 unlicensed charts, and 1 testament to the salt. Which I'll need another of, to get back to the Lamentation. You have the casket. You have the casket, but you can keep on repeating it. Just to waste resources. Whoops, wrong one. Petition audience. Offer 1 more testament of the feather. Give her the casket of sapphires, and now we are one of the yoked. The lowest caste there is. Hooray for us, but that gives us audience with the daughter of the Sapphire King itself. And that sun's daughter is gonna be in the shadow of the sun. Andil, a breath. Oh, take it the long way through. Sure. At least everywhere here sells fuel, and 10 fuel is plenty, so nothing to stress. Also, I really love how tiny and zoomed out things get. What's going? Is there a curator? I'll stop for a curator. And that's a logo sound. Just a logo sound. That was close. Luckily, kinda sus where his trajectory was going. This might be a clear path through, but I don't know that for sure. Could I stealth past them in full steam mode? 2 eaters and a spirifer. So maybe they could keep themselves busy. Red hates me, but yokes are supposed to be here. How are yokes supposed to serve? In the cattle folk, or with the sun's daughter, if they attack us? Invoice again? It's because of the constant travel through the transit relays, isn't it? Advancing time like some days or weeks. So a month has passed already. Okay, Sun's daughter. Port report first. Seek an audience with the Sun's daughter. She is the arbiter of endings, the daughter of the Sapphired King. The shadow of the sun was built for her and around her. Outside the palace doors, the carefree attendant bows deeply. He's wearing a robe of red feathers and a pair of startling green boots. His voice echoes from a pot at his arms. The arbiter of fate has expressed an interest in meeting you also, says the carefree attendant. I trust I need not tell you the magnitude of the honor. But if you saw her in her current form, you would unravel. Follow me. He leads you to a structure at the edge of the ornamental lake. It is halfway between tree and lighthouse. It's a branching tower, with a blazing globe nestled in its upper reaches. You are taken upstairs to a windowless room, with off-putting implements hanging from the walls. Allow my loquacitor to assist in writing my form. Only takes visions of heaven. Easy. Because I don't have any Navartine gemstones, so this should satisfy everything, I hope. Your eyes must become gemstones. Your thoughts become song, your tongue fire, your skin correspondence. The loquacitor has been waiting for this and has gems and inspiration aplenty. The correspondence you'll have to provide yourself. Oh, that's great. Because I think the different litigators you get provide different shortcuts. But this takes out the more expensive cost of the Navartine gemstones and the inspiration. Moments of inspiration? Or vision of heaven, I mean? Super common. The attendant lays you on the bare stone floor, at the center of a circle of engraved correspondence symbols. He takes from the wall a scalpel as long as a sword. This will hurt for a moment, he says. Then you will lose your comprehension to pain. Symbols flare like stars. The scalpel slides into you just above the collarbone and traces your outline with delicacy and precision. There's only a little blood. Your skin comes away in rinds like shucked fruit. The blaze of correspondence devours you. The world falls away. A form resilient to resplendence. The palace. Oh no. I could fail it. 64% chance. Ready to listen to my request? See, if the Sovereign Edition didn't botch the level up facets, and I was free to choose whatever facet I wanted, this would be almost guaranteed. The palace is a vortex of blossoming, unblossoming, kaleidoscope architecture. She, at the center, a nucleus of violent light, the daughter of a star. She is a pillar of blazing time and crushing and rushing song, a winged and skeletal sun, a seven-limbed, seven-headed colossus of sapphire and silk, whose words dance like fireflies on a burning wind. Welcome, she says, her voice a howl at an orchestra and a shivering crystalline song. Goodbye for now. Detach myself from the radiance of the arbiter of fates. Have I got anybody to give more hearts? Heart 6. Mirrors. Veils. That's it for hearts. I'm already at the guys that give hearts. Plus 1 heart. Can I put more points into hearts? There. Hearts 60. Heart 77 now. Audience with the sun's daughter. Ready my form. 66% chance success. When you try to speak to the sun's daughter, you find that you are not using words. Concepts are communicated, yes. Shapes manifest in the air. A tapestry of 100 meanings is whittled down until only one remains. Your arguments are sound, says the sun's daughter. You suspect she's not using words either. A measure of translation is taking place. I will offer you a word of support in certain matters. I think you also get an indulgence if you follow through the parliamentary questline, and when you get the opportunity to present the penultimate bill to Her Renewed Majesty, you could take it instead to the arbiter here, to the sun's daughter. And they're like, oh no, we don't care. We know that London did not kill Albion's king. We know it. Request a testament of the feather. Now they don't need any. And her request is to help the Blue Kingdom, Middle Embassy. You would not help the Blue Kingdom expand its influence. I never said no before. Gain 6 terror. Then I have no use for you. The Arbiter's words crush you beneath them like boulders. The palace falls away. Your new shape twists, folds, retreats. The flaming symbols that have replaced your flesh extinguish one by one. The stones in your eye sockets shatter into teardrops and crumble down your cheek. It is excruciating in a dozen different ways. The ache of a still healing wound, the agony of scoured flesh, the pain of a bitter departure. When it's finally over, you find yourself once more confined to the twitching, decaying flesh wreck that is your body. The carefree attendant solemnly helps you to your feet. Can I still seek an audience, though? I can still seek an audience. She still expresses an interest in meeting me. Okay, let's go to the White Well. Sell some junk. It was souls, right? They want 10 whole souls. Whoops, wrong way. But hey, when it's almost done, just gotta make the hour loom, feed it all the hours in the world, and hopefully have enough. I got lucky the first time through this, since I don't really sell hours if I don't have to, since you don't really sell for all that much. I usually end up with a huge amount of them in storage. But you have ways that you could stretch out hours. Blue likes me, yellow likes me, only red doesn't. Only red logos are so hostile. Bomb. Bazaar. 5 souls for you. For 2,300. That's why I love some of the high-end stuff. 300 experience. Cage catches. I do have to eat. And I can possibly drop from Yoke to Ephemera. Because I don't think I have anything else to do here. I got my indulgence. And keep crashing. Nah, I think I'll keep Yoke, it doesn't matter. Okay, that's just cheap. Not dead yet. Still up, oh my goodness. Vesper Ripper, free stuff for you, enjoy it. I'm just trying to get back. The Spiritvers, the Resurrectionists aren't an issue at all. Could have flown right through them. But then Logos, hostile Logos planted right in front of me. Okay, got the indulgence. Just need 10 souls. 10 souls to revive the devils. Heart of the Web. 10 souls. Only 53 hours. Might be tight. Devils are professionals in the assessment, refinement, and sophistication of souls. As payment, they require a staggering number of immaculate souls, and an indulgence of the westernmost king himself. It will take generations to prepare a suitable soul, a matter of nature, nurture, heritage, circumstances, character, history, environment, stellar exposure, and other rarefied considerations. The devil in charge of the work is very excited. You have commissioned a shining, intricate soul, a soul to catch the eye of a sun. Death's door should hurry to open for it. Trumpets should sound. The sun will take the soul for itself. And then the spider counsels venom. But you're getting ahead of yourself first. You will need a base of operations to suit you for the next 200 or 300 years. You should purchase quarters here at the toll tower. When you say purchase, a crimson promise! I only had the one and I spent that already. How do I get Crimson Promise? I'm gonna look this up. Because Crimson Promise is pretty rare even for me. Crimson Promise, Sunless Skies. Rose at Midnight, Red Honey to Aklis, Demonstration of Folly, Literature for the Avid Horizon. Both give out Crimson Promises as reward. But are there any other places? Carolon's Foyer, if I blackmail the Spiriff and betray him, or keep his secret. Pasts, if I sought no further. Cache of Curiosities. Pitch Kirk. What's Pitch Kirk? Deliver the corpse of the twice scorned priest. Gaslight Terrace. Blackmail Spiriffer. Presiding Deviless. Provide exquisite insight. If I have each and every one of the penances, but each and every penance requires having each and every flaw in my soul. To gain access to the top 3 places in Carolon, Jolly Anchorite, the Cult of the Saints, Cask of Nevertine Gemstones, Gourd of Coarser Nectar, Sack of Verdant Seas, the Jolly Anchorite, which means going all the way back to the flotilla in Albion, Darkling Caverns, Crowned in Roses, Crimson Promise greater than 1, Rite of something or other, Rite of the Roses, Fall of Thorn Maiden, Watch from the Sun. Oh, but that's the Rite of the Roses. That means going all the way to Pan and doing the Rite of the Roses 1 billion times. Cult Grows. That's over in Albion. That's with Walbury. The Chaplains. Inter the skin of the if I didn't make the princess that I'm not even using, I would have had a Crimson Promise. In the employ of the Macabre Counselor. I guess I could finish harvesting the Counselor's daughter. Lord Langley, offer yourself. Verdancy, stop the driver. Memorable wedding. If I cowed at the wedding. Adamant Idol. If I aligned with the Brazen Brigade. Blind Hermitage. Blind Hermitage. That's right, the Blind Hermitage is all the way in Pan, though. Nurseries acquire a death. It's also back in Pan. I could do that one. Unassailable Founder. Mutiny. Your debut. Evening of Infernal Splendor. That's for wealth, isn't it? Court of Porphyry and Black. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. Crimson Promise. For 7 court gratitude. 2, 4. Need 3 more. Okay. Alright, we can get this. All I gotta do, White Well, Forge of Souls, maybe go to Death's Door 2, but Well, Forge, come back, give, go to 1, come back, bam, bam, bam. These dudes in my way. Oh no. If these guys kill me here, that'll be the worst cruelty. Wait, hold on. Eccentric. An intimate moment. Help her repair the engines. Normally when she's like this, she's closed off, wanting to focus on work, but you've grown close. She'd accept your help. Normally, she protects her core of the engine room like a tigress. She has everything just how she wants it. But she puts a hand on your arm to say it's all right and draws you in. It's not the jumble it first appears. Everything has its place. Tools here, so she can find the one she wants without looking. Spare parts there, ordered according to how often she needs them. She explains what the repairs will take. Her instructions are practical. Her voice is soft. She places a handful of bolts into your palm, and you know that her skin, still fresh from Piranesi, is already calloused for work. The two of you set to it. It comes easily. When she needs to tighten a valve, you hand her the 3/4-inch spanner before she asks for it. When you struggle with a stiff bolt, she steps close and lends her strength to yours. She is lean and warm against you. You replace a gasket, she tightens a belt. You look up and find she's done the same. A warm smile rolls across her face, and she turns back to her work. Soon, you are both standing back listening to the engine's contented purr. It'll do until we make port, she grins, and nudges you teasingly with a shoulder. Nice work, you. And sadly, that's a one-time thing. You can't constantly... Can't constantly repair your engines in the sky with her. Which is fine. Experience or reduce terror. Terror has fallen for the fail state. I kinda think that for those things you want to reduce terror. Mere experience doesn't quite make up for the effort to surviving those. Another hour. But you see how much health got taken off by that eater as it died on me. Most of the damage came from my Wrath of the Heavens blowing up in front of me. But it took some inch off of me as well. And if I didn't blow it up in front of me, it would have been much worse. I am going to have to take some gratitude to repair the engine, but that's fine. I need 3. If I do 2 tours, that's 4, so I could afford to spend 1. You cannot enter when your status is yoked. Really? Really? Just try to make it more difficult on me like that? I think that's a wall, but it's hard to see. It's kind of faded like background elements. But that's just the blue lighting. That's not a bridge, that's a wall too. Go away, Rower. Nobody likes your style. Forge of Souls, Court of Dust, enter. Give me a sweet pork report. And that's all I want here. Can't believe they don't allow yoked into the Court of the White Well. How do they get work done without yoked? Come on, come on, that's the whole reason I'm bound here. At least if I merely drop to ephemera status, I'll be allowed in both the court and the forge. So I think I'll stop by the House of Days, drop my status back to ephemera. Then carefully get court reports from the court, the Stone-Faced Court, the Forge of Souls. That'll make 3, the bare minimum, to get the Crimson Promise. Toll Tower. Okay, first, Court of Porphyry and Brass. Turn in reports. New total, 5. Just need the 2. What did I get? Did I get a chart here? Did I waste it on a chart? Turret. I have 51 hull, so just gotta be careful. Unsettled dreams. C company. Partial success. Oh well, plenty of supplies. I got like tons in base. Scent of burning. You follow the scent to smoldering past the galley and up to the bridge. A fire roars at an impromptu pit. A group of your engineers are arguing about the best way to distribute the coal. Someone is roasting marshmallows. Leave them be, your crew could use a break. You creep away. Away from the warmth, the companionship, and the bridge. And back to the dark carriages of your cold bed where you will sleep alone. It's a nice event, it drops terror, only costs 1 fuel. But sometimes they take advantage of you, and they do it over and over again. Apes? Which one has it? Mules? Subcontract litigator? Oaks? Claim status of ephemera. Is 2 casts of Navrantine gemstones. Alright, I guess instead I'm just going to the forge and back 2 times. At least it's not too far away. And the resistance between here and the Forge of Souls is minimal. There's a blue Logos, which at worst bumps into me. And often is Peripher at Makoto Sound. Sometimes they fight. Thank goodness for full Steam mode. No Spirifer. There hasn't been a Spirifer here in ages. Lucky me, I guess. You know, there is another way to lose my ephemera status. Or to lose my yoke status, and that's to lose all status, return to invisible. If I get access to the Pansecritus by forcing my way in and fail, then the Pansecritus does perceive you, but in such a way that it takes major offense and strips all your status. But then you gotta build back up to Antideceased and then Ephemera. Another port report. Hey devils, I just gave you a port report. I'm gonna give you 1 port report per day. Wow, ba-da-bow, ba-bow. Why do I feel like I forgot about the Crimson Promise the last time I did this too? The ants have surrendered to me my coconut juice. But they're going for me instead now. I guess I'm just that sweet. Okay, 1 more trip, then I'll be done. Toll Tower. Wait a minute, quick math. Still surprises me that only 29 have died. It feels like a lot more than that. Court of Porphyry. Turn in Port Report. I don't like that Turn in Port Report is under everything else. Everywhere else you go to Turn in Port Reports, it's the option right at the top. So if you're not thinking, then there goes 3 gratitude right outside the gate. Goodbye. One more to go. One more gratitude and Crimson Promise. Then it's just put in the time loop. We have the Devil's Cooperation. Now we just need the Devil's Cooperation. So what was the whole ordeal with the 10 Immaculate Souls and the Indulgence? Was that buying permission to buy some space? Don't bump me. Don't bump me. Thank you for not bumping me. Too early again. But that's fine, because this is the last favor needed. You know, you think that since I was gonna whinge and say since I did give the embassy back to the Devils, maybe they'll trust me enough to give me some space to rent out. Well, that's kind of the 5 gratitude you start off with. You decide in favor of the Devils. You get 5 gratitude from the Devils specifically. Just my choice to spend on something frivolous earlier. Man, if they want gemstones after this though, because I don't have any gemstones. Resurrectionists, 2 times Resurrectionists. Smooth maneuvers. Less smooth tongue. It's what though? 4:22 p.m. After a whole day of reading, so my tongue is a bit tired. But it's almost done. Not yet. Need the promise first. Court of Porphyry and Brass. Port Report. Give me 7 gratitude. Crimson Promise. Guaranteed to be reliable. Your requirements are precise and include a provision that you will only be disturbed on 3 exact dates, spread over the next 3 centuries. The Devils will not take payment in coin, of course. Promises are more precious. You claim a chamber nested in the tower's foundations. It will be comfortable enough, and has room for your possessions, the hour loom, and the enormous trove of hours you will require to see your scheme to fruition. In fact, it is time to turn your attentions to the latter. Soon you must cloister yourself from the world until you are required. You will need a modified hour loom, and more time than you've ever seen to construct a gallery of aeons. Contribute hours. All I'm missing now is 300 accumulated years and a condensed experiment. I got several. Your gallery of eons will need to sustain yourself for 3 centuries, give or take. The hour loom alone won't be enough. However, Devil's relationship with time is casual at best. As part of your lease agreement, the infernal residents of the Toll Tower have agreed to extend the benefits of that relationship to you, ensuring that each barrel of hours fed into the loom lasts even longer. Even accounting for their resistance, though, you're going to need a staggering amount of hours. I can tell stories. If I succeed, get the best result, 10 years per barrel. If that's the case, then I need 30 times 10. But it costs 1 sky story for once. For once, I'm at a disadvantage for studying all of my sky stories. A searing enigma, 2 in all, to turn 10 barrels of hours into 3 times the usual amount from these hours. That could work. An experimental technique on 5 barrels of hours to triple the time received, or get time and a half. Artifacts, double the benefit, 20 years per hour. Okay, let me pull out my bank of hours. Ideally, 30 should be enough. 10 times 30. But if I am able to get the max amount of value from the hours, then 10 times 30 instead of 30 times 10. First, tell stories to it. 100% chance success is probably no wives' tale, but it's said that time spent to the story is the best time spent. 10 years of time. That's okay. As you spin your yarn, there's a soft sigh from the geodes. The atmosphere becomes a shade less melancholy. You think it's working. What about for the searing enigmas? 3 times usual benefits from the 10. Forge hours into weeks with a word of fire. 231 years accumulated. The Toll Tower quakes as you utter the word. The geodes glow, red as cherries in the afterheat. Then they begin to crack like eggs. Spools of time unravel from them, licked by lingering flames. An experiment. Let me put some points to mirrors first. You don't want to line the art, Robbie? I kind of feel that. I'm fantastic on sketching, but my line art is the worst. I just gotta accept that some people just aren't meant for it. But practice is practice is practice. "100% chance success. The process is successful. Lesser minds would call it magic. Years spun from nothing. 361 hours now. And I've only spent 20 of that. You have accumulated all the hours you need. A dragon horde. A mountain of hours for a handful of centuries. Actually, no. Get the eccentric back. And then put on conductor? Conductor, I guess. Then this is it. This is endgame. Little trick here, right? A little trick to squeeze out a bit of extra sovereigns is that when you retire, you get a basic amount of supplies and fuel. right? If you have an excess amount of supplies and fuel, it doesn't matter. All you get is a basic. So if you put all of your food and all of your fuel away into the bank, then that fuel and food would always be there, while you get the bonus food and fuel from a new captain. Robbie, are you suggesting collaboration? That'd be pretty cool, honestly. If you had a friend that could do the line art for you, make a partnership of it, or at least have fun. Construct the Gallery of Eons. To see your plans come to fruition, you must excuse yourself from the usual passage of time. You will need cutting-edge research, 1,000 sovereigns for an hour loom, otherworldly artifacts to modify it, and about 300 years of accumulated time. Din, I got good news, Din. Good news for you. The good news is, Din, that you've actually survived. Where are you? You are number 3 in the crew manifest, picked up a solid year ago, and haven't died yet. You were volunteered for science, but the dice have not gone against you. And this is end of game, so you've officially made it to the end, Din. Congratulations. You have the time loom constructed in a room adjacent to your chambers. Powered by the eerie properties of the otherworldly artifacts, it rattles and thrums, spinning a tight fold of time over the room. You can feel the hours pressing about you, thick as cotton wool. You have ensured your time here will be comfortable. There are well-provisioned bookshelves, a cozy fireplace, an armchair you could lose yourself in, a photograph for when you're feeling modern, and an infernally chic chaise lounge for when you're feeling louch. Everything is ready. Are you? Well, I got more experience points. Could improve some skills still, now that I don't need them. Get some more hearts into me. You gotta have heart. Miles and miles of heart. Bit of mirrors. Enter the Gallery of Eons. It is time to kill a sun. Concluding the captain's story and ending the game. There's no point in waiting. You dismiss your officers and crew. They can't follow where you're going. You give your engine to the first person that catches your ride at the station, a likely-looking sort, with a star gleam in their eye. You see, Robbie, it has theirs sometimes. No his or her eyes there. The devils of the toll tower gather curiously to bid you au revoir. See you in 70 years, one of them says. His tone is offhand, but you could practically hear the curiosity gnawing at him. You give him an enigmatic smile and close the door behind you. Time passes oddly in your gallery of hours. The loom thrums in the next room. The hours are taut and thin. Like a bubble straining to pop. You read, you pace, you think. Outside, the decades pour by. 70 years pass, there's a knock on the door. An eyeless priest stands outside. Wordlessly, he hands you a copper box. You take it and close the door. Inside the box is a glass vial. It contains the elaborate poison a dozen spider councils have labored for over the last 70 years. It is so rarefied it is not liquid or vapor. It is a thought, scintillant and shivering behind the glass. Unstopping the vial, you pour the venom notion into a silver teapot. The copper box is padded with newspaper to protect its contents. Curiously, you unfold and flatten it. An article about recurring Albion-wide blackouts following the Great Malfunction. Speculation that the Parliament of the Reach is debating a declaration of war. An account of the arrival of the wintry ambassadors of a distant white star, seeking an accord with London. You return to waiting. You have read all your books now. You have listened to a handful of phonographic cylinders. You consider learning the oboe, which you bought in a fit of optimism when furnishing the gallery. Outside, 30 more years hurry by. There's a second knock at the door. It is the presiding Devilessa Carillon, accompanied by a demure shade with a brass-trimmed death mask. The Deviless sits primly on the edge of your chaise lounge. I think you will find everything to your satisfaction. I would describe the shade's soul as irresistible, not fortifying, but fascinating, exhilarating even. The equivalent of Turkish delight, perhaps, rather than steak. You smile at the shade and reach for the silver teapot. Tea? The mother poison does not affect it at all as it drinks. The shade's mind cannot perceive or conceive the venom thought. That is as intended. The shade is not the victim, but the vector. Make conversation with the Deviless. While it drinks, you inquire about the world outside. You have to push. The Deviless does not pay close attention to political events. The liar. She describes the discovery of webs in the wastes, struck across once lifeless bands of the sky. She mentions the construction of a new transit relay to a recently discovered region, a place of change and forbidden arts. Change and forbidden arts, does that mean? I don't think I thought of it before, but that could be axial, isn't it? Could it be the rubberies can finally make their way home? She refers, with the edge of a smile, to the dismay of Londoners when they learn that the French have found their way to the heavens. When the shade has consumed the venom, you stand and bid your guests good day. They depart, and you return to your waiting. More of the pool-tight time where the gallery passes, in which you take up the oboe, break the oboe over your knee in frustration, learn to repair oboes, and master the oboe. A calamitous century thunders by beyond. There is a note pushed under your door. The handwriting is so improbably neat, it could only be the work of a devil. That's 200 years by now. Finished. It says simply, the shade has passed beyond death's door. And that's it. You have moved each piece to its proper place. The rest of the work passes to someone, something else. Time is all you have left. There is no way to distract yourself now. You can only wait, and fret, and hope. This is the worst part of scheming, when you are reliant on other parties, invisible to you doing their work. But eventually, the time loom clatters its last. Your hours are spent. Another century or more has haunted the outside world. And it is time to claim your prize. You push open the door to your gallery of aeons. You climb the brass banistered stair. You emerge and look up at the broken ruins of the Blue Kingdom. Above, a web of incomprehensible vastness stretches across a quarter of all the sky. Its strands are hung from star to star, smothering their light in jackets of strangling cobweb. The sun of the Blue Kingdom is a twitching riven husk. You can see where the mother poison planted a seed deep within it, where the spiders grew and multiplied, feasting on the innards and its innermost secrets. When its skin split open, a new spider senate spilled into the sky. The spider senate stirs in the recesses of the web. The strands dance. The captive stars quiver, helpless as flies. Welcome, spinner of the all-web, sub-regent to the empire of silk. Friend. A million spiders spin a soaring bridge, and you cross it to the gargantuan, cobweb throne of the westernmost king. You sit. a tiny fleck upon its seat. Its authority is yours to wield. What will your royal name be now you are regent? And you answer, I will take recommendations, All-Conqueror. You turn your attention to Distant Albion, Psychopomp, and be Shepherd of the Dead, or have no name. The first and only act you will take as regent will be to cast open the doors of your realm. What kind of character was this? What would I pick? Z Captain, with tackety loyalties, friends to rats, rubberies, devils. Steve Wither. Hino the Third, 2 questions. We did not help the guy find his dead wife, no. In fact, we never had to speak to him either because we never did end up using that testament to assault. And luckily, no, we are not at the Hino the 16th. Hino the 4th is as far as we've gone. I think All-Conqueror. Let's turn to Albion. It's as close as it gets to, Steve. There's the music. The spider said it exults. Those few Logoi who surrender to the All-Web will be your generals. Your armies will be of shades and spiders. Perhaps in time your alliance with the spider set will fail. Tomorrow, you start scheming for that eventuality, but for now, there are 3/4 of the heavens still to claim, and you can be useful to each other. We have won. This is what, five days into this? And finally completed the Truth 1cc from start of game to completion. No deaths, except for the ones who have died. But there's no use crying for every mistake. The real tragedy, though, is that the sea cucumber won't retain its name. Dang, get to pass on all 3 captivating treasures and 3 moments and an enigma. That is a start. High value, rarity. While we're here, why don't we see who the next captain is going to be? Chat, since I am done with my 1cc, you guys go ahead, toss up what you think. Soldier, street urchin, poet, academic, priest, sailor, ministry auditor, revolutionary. Thanks for the GG. Not that I'm gonna play this next captain. But a conclusion. It did say we gave the engine to a likely person. Urchin says Wither. Former urchin it is. You raced barefoot across the chimneyed rooftops. You stole wigs, wallets, and purses. You made offerings to forgotten gods. The urchins of old London organized into gangs. Which did you belong to? Knotted Sock, a close-knit band that accompanied a haunted rookery in the worst part of the city. The Fisher Kings. Every Fisher King bears an old wound. Every Fisher King talks to the wind. Every Fisher King knows things they should not know. I think I remember the Fisher Kings from Fallen London. They're the ones that have you race across the rooftops, right? Or the Regiment, the most militaristic of the gangs, in their blue jackets and bright buttons. You attain the rank of corporal. So what should it be? Who is the successor? While this 300-year plot goes on, in the backgrounds. Or could randomize all. Personally, I'm kind of leaning towards the Fisher King. Regiment says Hino. Regiment it is. Militaristic regiment gang of urchins. But this captain is going to go for the Martyr King's Cup. Previous captain, Madame Guinea on the Truth, Madame Gwyn, found the journal, but wasn't chosen to use it. This one is going to inherit said journal. Legends of a chalice that grant eternal life. Such an idea is impossible to ignore. Your predecessor spoke occasionally of the Chamberlain's Journal and the Martyr King's Cup. Ever since you have heard those stories, your dreams have been bathed in moonlight. Ambition can be failed. As for the Avatar, random, all bottled up, do not perceive. Gotta pick a number 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. A likely lass? What to name her? Principal, administrator, secretary, intendant, comrade, brother, sister? A sky captain who was formerly an urchin of a militaristic type, simply captain maybe. As for name, Flanagan, Smythe, McDonald, when he gets sued, Pshaw, Gardener. What about going from Gwyn to or should I pick a random crew member? I could pick a random crew member. We have 14 surviving crew after all. Maybe the likely person was a former crewman. One last dice roll. One. How poetic is that? Mr. Krabs, the last surviving crewman from the very first crew, 14th of March, very start of the game, survives from day one all the way to the end and gets to be the next captain. Is there a Mr.? There's a Sir. Sir Krabs. Captain Mr. Krabs. What's a good Captain Krabs look? Like former urchin crabs. Hair. What kind of hair do we want for Krabs? Decent enough. I guess the face works. Does he get a hat? A militaristic, captain-y kind of hat, maybe? And a big old coat, I think. That works. Captain Mr. Krabs. Just Captain Krabs. Mr. Krabs is crew, but he has had a promotion. Says goodbye to the captain in the Blue Kingdom. Facets to take. Well, first, there's an inheritance. Isn't there? No inheritance yet? A spell in prison. An unlikely haul. A week before your 13th birthday. When you would be driven from the urchin gang, you took part in a daring heist which scored an unusual haul. Silent as cats. You burgled one of the grand, gloomy mansions of old London. It had a hidden attic, accessed by a stair concealed at the back of a rosewood wardrobe. You made the discovery of a forbidden laboratory or a trove of disgraceful secrets. The secrets, perhaps. His lordship wouldn't want the content of the letters to be revealed. In return for them, he'd pull some strings. Once. Smoggy streets actually fits now. You spent much of your youth in the hard end of London, where the gas lamps are scarce, the prospects bleak, the people as flinty as the cobbles. How'd you like it? You were at home. The smog painted your lungs black. Your knuckles are scarred. But it was honest. There were diamonds in the dirt. What else shaped her successor? A disgraced predecessor? Nah, Gwyn was cool. A secret of the stars. Someone in your lineage learned something they should never have known. Hints of a secret that the stars hide have been whispered to you. Shepherd your thoughts. Pursue this knowledge no further than this. The stars are dying. Well, of course we ask more questions. This crab was on the crew for the past 3 years. Was it 3 years? Yeah, well, 2 years. From 1905 to 1907. Until you learn the fate of the captain who learned the whole secret. What? You ask what happened to the captain? She's in there. Oh, alright. Then you stop asking questions and learn to watch for the fire that follows. What else do we have? An esteemed predecessor. A metamorphosis everyone gets. Scarring. I'll take an esteemed predecessor because she was. An earlier captain in your lineage is held in high regard. Some of your predecessors' shine rubbed off on you. It opened doors. Expensive doors with bright brass knockers and servants to answer them. Where did those doors lead? To the parlors of the privilege where you drank tea in glasses of port and ate delicious triangular sandwiches, but had to endure their endless questions about your forebear? Or to the halls of the academy, where it was determined you should make something of yourself, and who knows, perhaps you would follow the illustrious footsteps of your forebear. Maybe. I don't recall us being on especially good terms with the establishment. But we did pick up some academy stuff. I bet they'll love us over in Titania. That's more Bohemia, but still, they had some academic stuff going on. Family footsteps. What family? Below stairs? A scandal? We're too low stationed for a scandal or an urchin. Let's get a scar. You came close that day to death. It left its mark. An attempt on your life. Or an engine accident. As to why Academe and not Academy, I have no idea. I'm pretty sure even in British English it's Academy with a Y. I guess in this case it's a proper name. Like in Faldham, London, there were various segments of society that you could align yourself with, like society itself with the proper upper class, the bohemians, the criminals, the revolutionaries, and so on. So when they talk about the Academy, they mean like the intelligentsia and the scholars that make up that whole apparatus and that part of the factions. An engine accident, a breach pipe, a jet to scalding steam. You spent weeks on the brink, trapped in boiling dreams. The scars are so livid on your skin. I'm gonna headcanon that we got the scar in the service of the previous captain. In this case, though, it would make sense to have a mentor with the Blind Bruiser. For a time, you enjoyed the favor and protection of a mentor. Someone who saw your potential and decided to nurture it. Really? English isn't your first language, I had no idea. Who took you under their wing? It's only ever the Blind Bruiser. I don't know if they meant to implement a second possible mentor, but it's only ever the Blind Bruiser. His attempt to distance himself from his larcenous past were of mixed success. His guests were scarred and rough-spoken, and told bloody tales of smuggling and thief-oaths and nameless murders. Spell in prison, I mean maybe you were an urchin. Lost love, steam and soot. Spent much time at the engine yards. Did. Eavesdropping on the stories, or learning how the engines worked. Maybe this time we eavesdropped on the stories. They boasted loudly of horrors and wonders, and when they thought no one else was listening, they whispered their fears. And And perhaps that's why Mr. Krabs, now Captain Krabs, signed up under Captain Whitlock. Settler, Scandal, Blockade of New Winchester, Haunted, never haunted. I like Haunted for the possibilities, or for the story of it. You're haunted by something, but it's literal. It's too literal. It overrides whatever nightmares, and all you get is haunting. But everybody gets Blockade of New Winchester for the Tackities. A Lost Love, Prison, Scandal. See, it just wants to keep on giving me the same ones. Like, this is what, level 9? Level 10 now? And these 4 options have been haunting me? A Lost Love. Who doesn't have a lost love? That aches like a hole in the heart. A Thief Oath, maybe a Thief Oath works for an urchin who lived rough on the streets, a militaristic urchin gang at that. Oath of Silence or Solace? Solace. Gambler would make sense, as would Black Sheep. Also, for Martyr King's Cup, my stats are nowhere where I want it. House of Cards. Krabs was a gambler. Cheated or never backed down. Couple more left. Promise of Days, nah. Long Arm of the Law, definitely not. Rubbery Inclinations. To learn the shapling arts, or for charity, cause friends. And Friends of Devil, nice. For power or parties. Maybe Mr. Krabs, now Captain Krabs, was inspired by the repentant devil and all the devils we played with on this journey, and now understands the power that devils wield. Parties? Grew up too low station. Who invites urchins to parties? And that is going to be who inherits, following the success of Madam Gwyn. So cool, hooray, that is it. That is the truth, 1cc. 1 captain, beginning of game, 1 lineage to the very end. Only took 5 streams of 7 hours each. And a bit of grinding for a whole day. But that's it. Did it. Proved it's possible. Retirement, never even heard of it. Which means that's it for this project. This game is incredibly long, you know. Normally what one does is one dies or retires a lot, so it's not always the same captain. So it does change up sometimes, just this time was going to go for just the one. But it does take ages. Mostly because of travel time. But the engine upgrades that they gave, was that 2018 or 2019, do help a ton. Like there were voyages that should take half an hour to a whole hour, that only take minutes. But I am going to call it there for the day, because this is finished, it is complete. Victory all around. And pleased with myself, pleased as punch, chuffed as cookies, and the ants have rediscovered coconut juice. Go away. Yeah, there's no safe place. But thanks to you all for hanging, for checking this out, for enduring a whole day of sunless skies once per week. Again, it turns out that I was mistaken on when Great Ace Attorney comes out. I thought it was this Friday, and was planning everything around that. But it turns out it ends a month. So we had the whole month to do pretty much whatever I want then. So I think, tomorrow, going to start something really cool that I've been wanting to do for a while. Thanks for the GGs and the GJs. So tomorrow's gonna be a big change of pace. It's gonna be slightly related, going from space to space. And I did kind of preview it the last time I did Son of Skies. So clever eyes might guess what tomorrow's going to be. But until then, thank you very much for hanging. Congratulations to Mr. Krabs surviving the entire voyage. Goose, Din, Din's lived, congrats Din, and everybody else on the list who came late. 14 survivors, 29 dead, 1 retired. Well. So see you all next time. Enjoy the rest of your nights, take care of yourselves, and let me find somebody to drop a host or raid onto. Is anybody playing Son of Skies tonight? There is Guinea and nobody else. But Nevermore Star Sign is online. He used to raid a lot more often. So it's a bit of a rarity seeing him, but he's cool people. Nev is really cool. So I'm gonna go ahead and raid Nev. But again, thanks for hanging. It's been fun. Take care of yourselves. And see you folk.